So, welcome one and all to the Opus Magnum Tournament 2024 results stream. This is for week 3 Touchstone. Thank you all for joining me. So, the metrics for this puzzle were cycles and sum. Now, okay, I've been waiting to tell this story about the puzzle's inception and how he got here, because it's rather funny. So I had this puzzle in its current state, as you see it before you. Ready? I had it like a full year ago or something. I came up with the output shape, was very happy with it. Came up with the inputs, thought awkward 4:9 ratio. That's interesting. I was pretty happy with it, and it seemed like a pretty good puzzle. Originally we had height as a metric, but that didn't work out at all. Interestingly, the product ended up being too hard to construct at min height. There's like, we only ever found one valid like way to do it, and so like, yeah, we risked being a little boring. But with about a month to go, it seemed like my playtesters were getting a little intimidated by the puzzle. And I thought, okay, alright, it's a fair cop. It's an awkward ratio. That's hard to deal with. So I came up with a 3-atom input that was just like a triangle. And it was one of each. It was an earth, a fire, and a salt, but the chirality was reversed from what you see in the middle of the core here. So, like, instead of earth, fire, salt, it was earth, salt, fire. Now, that's pretty cool. That's pretty tricky. That's devious of you, Zorflax. That's still pretty hard, right? Wrong. That makes the puzzle significantly easier. And I initially didn't have a problem with this, because with cycles, the throughput was less challenging, but the latency calculation was more challenging, because there were a couple of different, quite difficult L equals 3 paths that got you there. And it was like, ooh, which one's going to be better? We were very confident in cycles. The problem was sum, because we had to switch away from height, and sum was the only other metric that really stood out as, oh, we need to do this one, and we want this one to happen. And there is a very clearly, obviously best way to do sum, and it's lustrous syrup tech. And it would have made the puzzle, I really mean it, it would have made, like, the top 20 solves all would have been lustrous syrup. I would have been shocked if anything else happened, because it was just so obviously the best way to do it. There was no other interesting tech that I could find at all. And I found this out with about 12 hours to go before releasing the puzzle.
Oh, wow.
And 12 hours before release is a bad time for me, because that's like after I've used up all my spare time, so I have to go to sleep and then wake up and then get ready for work, and I am panicking here. I'm like, oh shit, how do I change the puzzle? We're frantically trying to find a new metric, can't find one, puzzle's too easy. Can we, yeah, oh god, do I actually have to make a last minute change to this puzzle? Oh god, oh fuck, do we have to delay the puzzle? And I'm, freaking out. I have a proper freak out. TI was too easy. With a 3-atom input, you can do it in like 7 TI. We found that one pretty quickly. Had to rule that out. So I slept on it. With 3 hours to go, as I woke up, I'm like, wait a sec, the old inputs exist. It's like, oh, thank God, we have a puzzle. I don't see a way for I don't see, like, that Tarkles thing basically, sorry, that lustrous syrup thing basically doesn't happen with these inputs. Which is, interesting that the inputs change the makeup of this puzzle that much in terms of sum, but they did. And so, oh, thank God, we have a puzzle. Sum's not trivial. Cycles, I hope it's pretty good, was the extent of my thoughts with calculations. So the fact that this turned out to be such an interesting cycles puzzle is at least 50% luck. I don't get to claim credit for this one. Being interesting.
I think it turned out wonderful. Like, I think some was awkward as hell, but I found something I liked, and cycles was pretty good. It was like a good sweet spot. It wasn't not nightmare fuel. So, like, yeah.
Yeah. And like and so I spent that morning. So I'm like at work, and because that's when the puzzle releases. I'm at work. I can't do anything about it, and I'm just sitting there going, "Oh, please be interesting cycles with like crossed fingers and everything." And the first sign that it was a good cycles puzzle came from Grimmy, who went out of their way to compliment me on the cycles puzzle. I'm like, oh, thank fuck I didn't ruin it. And so, yeah, from the rest of the week, I was pretty chill. One thing that I will admit to, and this is probably my first big L of the tourney, is that I should have turned disposal on. I'm sorry. It didn't occur to me. I should have. It was because I had only come up with the inputs with 3 hours to go, because the old version of the puzzle didn't need disposal, because it was a clean 1-to-3 ratio. But yeah, this version of the puzzle, I don't think some would have been hurt with the disposal glyph being turned on. So, yeah.
Yeah.
My first, it would have made it easier, which is
made disposal like really wanted disposal, and then as soon as I placed the parts down, started to try to move a spare salt into disposal, and realized, oh fuck, we don't get that.
It made
start making bad ideas.
It made the puzzle notably more challenging, and it definitely made it less beginner friendly than I would have liked. I would have liked, because disposal, a lot of beginners would have just been, it's pretty obvious. You can just throw one of the 4 atoms out, and you can pick which one to throw out, and you still have to do all the fancy bonding and unbonding and duplicating, and, there's still a lot of tech there, but yeah. Okay, that was a long-winded explanation. There's one more piece of housekeeping I want to do before we get started. I know I'm taking a while to start, but I was asked to do this by IE, so I will more than happy to do so. Hopefully. Okay. So, for all you new players out there, who watch these streams and get confused by a lot of the terminology that we use here, because I try to make these beginner friendly, but it's a hard puzzle game, and these plays are really good, and the concepts that they employ to make their solves better gets very technical. So one thing that IE wanted me to try and advertise, and this is for everyone, not just the veterans, but for new players as well. We try and start something of a wiki, not the fandom wiki thing, because I know people hate that one from what I understand are pretty good reasons. So there's this GitHub page that I've got on screen right now. Might link it in the I might link it in the description in the YouTube video. I'll post it in the Twitch chat. But yeah, we're going to try and get something of a wiki started for all the terminology that we use in this game. So we can point to new players and be like, here's the wiki page for what the fuck's lustrous tech, or, what's a latency, or, all sorts of stuff. What's rate versus throughput, what's overlap, what's overclocking, all that good shit. So.
De-jargonify everything.
Exactly. We're going to try and make the jargon more accessible by starting a wiki for it. Okay, back to the stream.
Opus Magnum is recreational engineering.
It's work, but you do it for fun.
With all the housekeeping that you have to do as tourney host, it can feel like that sometimes. Alright, I finally got the AHK ready. So let's go find our first cycle solve. Alright, there's a fair few solves that look like they're optimized for neither, but I'll save them for some. And I think... Yeah, alright, we'll be starting here at 75 cycles at 34th place, with no longer breathed in.
Alright.
Cycles didn't
Should do a max rate min period?
No. Cycles, the This is kind of a sum solve, but with a focus on cycles. I'm just going to count it anyway, because it had a double-digit cycle score. So yeah, no, surprisingly small solve from No Longer Breathed In. And one that's not max throughput.
She's building 2 outputs at the same so that she can use integer number of inputs. Yeah. Genius said that also he has a unique cycle solution that was 128.
Oh, did he? Okay. Alright. I'll go back up, do that one in a minute. No Longer Breathed In writes in the notes, this was supposed to be a cycle solve, but I couldn't get everything to match up properly. If it had been a cycle solve, it would have been n equals 13 for one reagent, 14 for the other, L equals 4 for one reagent, 2 for the other, but it didn't work out so well.
Looks like a lot of extra period added just to prevent crashes because of how it's pathing the last bits.
Yeah. I think no longer... I think this is a failed min cycle attempt, in other words. I think No Longer Breathed In was gunning for min and didn't hit it, and so, oh well, we have this.
Makes sense.
I'm not used to...
Already talking in terms of N and L at 75 cycles, we're going to have jargon.
We are going to have jargon pretty quickly. And before then, though, I'll go... 35th place is definitely a sum solve, so I'm going to save it. So in 36th place is 42 Genius 42. Also, I don't have the new zoom tool, which was rather stupid of me, but...
Oh, this sum is doing the calcify everything and then catalyst on them and build it in trios. I like this approach. I used this approach for one of my sums. Yeah. Little baby Burlow.
That's adorable.
Aww. Look at it go. Alright. We'll probably come back to this solve. When we do some. We'll come back to a slightly different variation of this solve when we do some. Genius 42 simply writes in the solution notes, ugh, 4 points, please. See, it's good to submit, even if you know it's arse. It's good to just still submit, get those 4 or 5 points, whatever it is. It just, yeah, it's so much better than not getting 0 points. Okay. In 33rd place, at 71 cycles, we have Guilty Bystander. You have to forgive me, there's a new version of Zoom tool that was released, and I am not currently using it.
This looks far more like a No Longer Breathed In solve than No Longer Breathed In does. Oh, okay. Nice shaping of Lambent into Touchstone.
Lambent works well as an intermediary for Touchstone.
Yeah, I did consider that during some. So for new players, because that's something we should be mindful of, Lambent is a journal puzzle that makes this sort of 3x3 shifted grid shape. And if you notice, you just have to break one part and put another bond on in another place to be able to make this output shape instead.
It's more of a rate solve.
Yeah, this is rate. It does have optimal rate. It does use a couple catalysts and have a spare arm and a lot of space.
Alright. No solution notes. So, we'll move on. We jump down to 59 cycles. We will not be messing around with the cycle count. We have Matrix V in 32nd place. This one has a helicopter layout.
So this is also making 2 outputs per period. Its period is far longer than it needs to be. It looks like period 18 to make 2 outputs. So
why does it move the bi-arm? The output.
Yeah.
It has to get out of the way of fire on the track.
Oh, does it?
Yeah, oh, it does. Oh.
Ah, I see.
Right, because it needs to swing through the input. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, this seems like built it this way and didn't try to re-geometry it to save those. Looks like probably 4 cycles per period, so maybe as many as... it runs through the period 3 times. That'd be 12 cycles on the whole.
So the solution notes read, completely burned out this week. Got about 7 cycles into a cycles solution before giving up and just making it work. And then also writes, sorry for submitting this. Aww.
Oh no.
Don't be sorry for submitting.
Feeling burned out and just making something work is good and valid, and submit those too.
Absolutely do that, yeah.
This screen time is valuable for everyone.
Absolutely it is. Yeah, don't ever feel bad for submitting anything.
It's cool that it builds a little salt with 4 earth caltrops every 4 cycles, and then has to join up with 5 atoms of fire on both of the cases. The fire is slow comparatively, but you can tell that little earth salt caltrops was built assuming that it should be able to just run forever at that speed at period 4.
You know, so my weird idiosyncrasy with this game is that I find cycles less stressful than rate.
Exact opposite of me.
Yeah, I think most players disagree with me on that one. I don't know why, but I think cycles is more approachable than rate. It just clicks with my brain better. I don't know. I like thinking about latency when I'm doing these things. I like going cycle by cycle. And you kind of don't do that with rate, but have to output as fast as possible anyway. And I don't know why that trips me up.
I don't feel like I would word it the same, but I'm not far from that. Definitely rate, I feel like I can't work backwards as well because there's no correct way of working backwards, because you can do it in so many different ways if you have infinite latency.
Yeah.
But yeah, rate, I feel like, okay, I can get min rate easily because that's not really that hard in this game, but I can't get a good rate solution out like the likes of Goodbye Galaxy or Kazian or someone else.
With rate, you just do it the best way. It's easy.
Yeah,
whatever the best way is.
Oh,
like that.
Duh. Yeah, of course.
The sum optimizer already thinks that way, of course.
All right. Moving on. We drop down to 51 cycles with Bun Bun.
Yeah, they were saying at some point in Discord that they got as far as their approach would let them get, even if it isn't the min. It looks like they're using the fire input they're using the fire input at input speed, but they're throwing away one of it. So they're making an output every 6 cycles with a single wasted salt and 1 mist grab on the earth.
Yeah. Okay, so the solution notes read, this is my cycles solved clearly. Tried a few different configurations to get lower, but they all came up exactly 51. I'm positive sub 50 is doable, but not with this construction method. The green salt input is slow, but the red salt is at max rate, which limits how many cycles. So green salt's not being grabbed as fast as possible, in other words. Which limits how many cycles I can save using this construction method. I think I need to pull from both inputs more equally to reach min cycles. Regarding the waste chain, I do have a solution that uses the inputs with no waste, but it uses a slower construction. Using the construction method I chose, there is no possible way to make an additional output using the waste chain in time for it to decrease cycles. So without a complete redesign, which I really don't want to do, lol, 51 is as low as I can reasonably go. I'm really happy with this result though, much better than last week.
Yeah, it's interesting to look at this because you have 4 atoms of input and 9 atoms of output, and the ceiling of 9/4 is 3. So you just take 3 of everything, aka 6 cycles worth, and you make an output every 6 cycles. That is a tempting stopping point.
Okay, so yeah, so all right, so I'm all cognizant of the fact that these streams aren't that beginner friendly. So let me break it down a little bit more than I normally do. So first thing, so cycles, you try and solve this puzzle as fast as possible. First big problem with that is that there are 4 atoms here in the input and 9 atoms here in the output. If you count them, 2, 5, 8, 9. That's 4 to 9 is really fucking awkward, right? It does not go cleanly into it at all. I think at 5, 9 times 5. I don't think at any point it lines up perfectly. It doesn't line up, and for cycles, because you have to output 6 times, it doesn't line up perfectly, because 9 times 6, so think about it this way, outputting 6 times with 9 atoms each gives you 54 atoms that you need to make. And if you pull each of these every time as fast as possible, 54 does not actually, is not divisible by 4. It's actually 52 or 56, it goes right past. So, what you end up needing to do, what a few of these first solves are going to do, is to just throw some of the atoms out. When talking about how min cycles actually works and what the latency calculation is there, we'll get to that. But yeah, I guess for the time being, thought I'd break that one down real quick.
I will point out that if you're building 4 outputs at a time, which is not how it should work for getting to 6 outputs, but if you're building 4 outputs at a time, you can use everything at min rate.
Yeah, it's 4 at a time, isn't it? I was trying to remember which number it was.
I mean, when you have 2 numbers, the product is always divisible by both of them. 4 times 9 is a multiple of 4.
Which would be helpful for rate, but not for cycles.
Yeah, for cycles, you just have to kind of acknowledge that you have a couple extra atoms by the time you get to 6.
Okay. In 30th place, we drop down 9 cycles to 42 cycles.
Oh, nice.
With Mr. Puzzle.
Oh. And he gave up and made a rate solve instead. Okay, this I believe then. He said something in chat earlier about how cycles versus rate, he really prefers rate. Rate is so much easier for me. And so we have a rate solve. He's got the
baby burla.
He does have a baby burla. Aw.
I really like the track loop around Critelli. It's building trios of triangles, and then off to the left it's building 1 extra output, 1 atom at a time.
Okay, so this is exactly what Biggie just described, because you can use a 4 times 9 method, and that will go into it cleanly. It doesn't work out for latency or anything like that, but this is max throughput. It's also using a catalyst, which actually does cost a cycle by itself.
The odd one out is pretty slick. Like, I wouldn't think you could build it 1 atom at a time so cleanly.
Yeah, especially you have 2 cycles in between each new atom arriving on that track loop, and it just uses 2 bonders and pivots around the whatever center it has at the time.
Oh, so actually,
really cool.
What Mr. Puzzle's doing here with this odd one out construction. Oh no, wait, no, the main pipeline, not the odd one out. The main pipeline, he's putting them into tringles and then putting the tringles together. And this is why having a tringle input makes the puzzle easy. Even if you make it the wrong chirality, you just change the chirality with duplication or whatever.
Yeah, you just dupe fire to the salt and then calcify the fire and you're backwards and it's fine.
And
I did not need it.
Forest.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then putting the whole thing together is actually quite easy. That's not what you do for some, though. For some, you don't even bother correcting the chirality of the triangle. You just turn it to an elbow, which you can just do immediately thanks to the lustrous syrup, and just put the elbows together. Because another way to divide the output is by elbows of 3, so this will be relevant later, not necessarily for cycles, but one way you can do this puzzle to make it easier to construct is by making an elbow, and there are 3 different colored elbows, and just put those 3 together, and that's an input. An output.
Yeah, that's the method that Genius 42 was using when he was using his little mini burlo. He made the elbows of 3.
Oh, okay, he was doing that. Okay.
So that showed up there, and I recognized it immediately because that was my first sum approach as well. My over-engineered, too expensive, I didn't like it very much sum.
Alright. Oh yeah, Mr. Puzzle writes in the solution notes, it was huge and expensive and the secondaries were sad. Oh. Alright, in 29th place, we dropped down to 41 cycles with a great jelly singularity. Welcome to the tournament.
That's a cool name.
Yo, dog, I heard you liked loops.
Not talking to Spiritual Shampoo.
Nope.
This reminds me of my first solution for Curious Lipstick, where I had a track loop that encircled a ton of machinery because I didn't know how to get the arms out of there. And you know, you can do that. It is a fine, valid way of making the puzzle.
The solution notes read, yo dog, I heard you like loops, so I looped some loops inside your loop so they can loop while it loops.
Yeah, that big
Classic.
loop contains 2 loops and the small loop contains 1 loop.
It also writes, loop no longer looks like a word.
Semantic satiation.
So,
It
apologies.
really looked like a word to begin with.
Apologies if you're watching this, Spiritual Shampoo. I know this must be difficult emotionally to process this solve, but you'll be okay.
This one would do well on the Reddit for aesthetics.
This would do very well on Reddit. If you want to post it to the Reddit after the stream, go for it. Actually, you can post it right now if you want. I've shown it on stream. So this takes a very Cuckoo 52 approach to cycles in that, yeah, it just has everything on a train, choo-choo train. This looks like min latency. Sorry, this looks like min rate. Yeah.
Yeah, it is pulling optimally.
Yeah, okay, so it's just a min rate algorithm that has less.
It has a 2-cycle gap every 4th product to be able to restock its salt suppliers.
Ah, okay. So all but min rate.
52 in chat here, putting that fire emoji about getting mentioned.
It's a fire method. Okay. We'll drop another cycle to 40 cycles. At 31,820, we have Rat Massive. First time this stream I've had to mention the secondaries.
I heard 31,820 and I'm like, 31 cycles, 820, what?
No, 31,820. So, alright, the secondary. Hasn't been used in a 20 before. I thought this was a great puzzle for it to make its debut. And that is the product secondary. So this is a long time leaderboard secondary. It has been around since inception, I think, Biggie? Has it?
Yeah, this is one of the very first tiebreakers that people were talking about for cycles. I think Objects Leaderboard had cost secondary, but Greemy and I were working with product secondary when we were doing spreadsheet-style leaderboards with just the 2 of us competing on cycles.
So
that was the earliest times.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. So this secondary goes back, way back to the start, to pretty much soon after this game's release. It's a well-established part of the leaderboards, but it's never been used in a 20. We used it for a weekly in 2022. It was dehydrated water, and I remember when I was working with Madmaster on that puzzle, and that was an awesome secondary. So I'm like, yeah, why not? It'll work. So the idea of the secondary is because obviously cycles has already been accounted for, so you just multiply the other 2 metrics together, and that ends up being a pretty good way of marking how, like, quote-unquote generally efficient the cycle solve is.
I'm still waiting for some as a cycle secondary to take off. I don't think it ever will, but
It's just cost, except you can't make like 10 extra area.
yeah, you can't use big hex arms.
I'd say I think CX goes back to before Opus Magnum, using the TIS leaderboards, which had a product secondary, and Green and I were both on the TIS leaderboards for our own solutions in that game, so once we started to compete with each other in Opus Magnum, that was a natural idea of secondary.
Yeah, I think, or at least when it comes to, like, because with these tiebreakers, because you have two numbers you have to worry about, and when it's just two numbers, then multiplying them together is interesting, but when it's three or more, you add them together, and that ends up being what's most interesting for Opus Magnum. I don't think there's an established, oh, this is the theory as to why that is reason as to why. I think we've just kind of found that over time, practically speaking. So anyway, the reason I'm going on about secondaries is because... Oh, actually, no, I won't move on just yet. There are solution notes to read.
I was going to say, this is a really cool solve. It almost seems like if you got rid of the pistons, this would be a really good, like, RG solve. It's not,
For 6R, it's on the RG frontier.
Yeah, sure.
So Rat Massive writes, over my last solution...
Oh, it's not full rate. I didn't even notice that.
It's nearly full, yeah. Over my last solution, I have shaved the area by half, and some costs to boot. Ideas that will improve it, but I'm not well endowed enough. Endowed? I think I said that word wrong. Enough to implement include the building of another output via the ungrabbed lava salt and waste with some duplication. So there is some, yeah, there is some stab fire that's not being grabbed. And he writes, G build 2 pipelines. So I think the idea was odd one out pipeline would have made this better, but Rat Massive didn't have the patience for an odd one out pipeline. Also, this is a pretty neat solve, as is. Odd one out would have ruined the aesthetics quite a bit.
Yeah, this looks good. It has one extra track on Arm 5 that started to bug me, but it looks good.
Why did you say that? Now it bugs me.
I see it again. Hopefully it doesn't lose by 5 cost and 1 area equivalent.
Let me do the math real quick, because I think it was kind of close. Yeah, it was kind of close. Let's see if the 5G mattered. Busting out the calculator. No, it would not have mattered. The next solve, so it would have been like about 30,000 flat, thereabouts. Our next solve actually clocks in at 28,500 product. At 40 cycles, Zanuck.
Nice. Zanuck has been pretty active in Discord. Yeah, we're on the 6R pileup right now. Different build order where the last piece bonded is a singular Earth instead of Earth caltrops.
So I like this idea to start with the invisible ink ass L shape. Throw one of each product on, and then throw the extra one on at the end. I like that build order. So yeah, same idea, same as the last solve. This one, it's leaving stab earth ungrabbed, and it's throwing out a bit of extra waste. So it's 6R, I believe.
Yeah,
but
6R. Mora's pointing out that it is min 6R, which is kind of a strange thing to talk about because you could odd one out and still be 6R, but definitely you're looking at L equals 2 on the 18th fire. But, like, why would it then be an even number of cycles? Does the arm 1 not grab until an odd number of cycles have passed? Yes, okay, there's a...
It doesn't grab on cycle 1. Yeah.
So then, not min latency at all, for sure.
Right. So yeah. So the stab fire just straight up isn't being grabbed on cycle 1. So yeah.
We got some extra latency.
measuring from the time it is grabbed to the time it is output, yes, it is using a min latency construction method. We can say that, because, yeah, L equals 2 if you ignore the cycle where it doesn't grab.
Yeah, so this is probably because the chat's already on it, a good point to talk about latency. So
yes.
When you're discussing how to minimize cycles given that you already have throughput figured out, which again, this doesn't, but when you are looking to get the lowest cycle count, you look at the last input that you grab, and you want to incorporate that into the last output in as few steps as possible. As Kazian just put it, the last Icelandic lava salt is on the board as briefly as possible. To do that, you need to count how many steps it takes to make that input part of the output. And in this case, there's a route. It's not the only route that gets you into 2 steps, but it is a route that gets you in 2 steps where you first make 1 bond on each atom, then you break the bond that's connecting them in the input, and now you have 2 output atoms that are perfect as they are, and that's it. So that's a 2-step process, which I would call L equals 2, and I use that L equals 2 to come up with the formula 2n plus L plus 1 for the number of cycles. So if this weren't losing cycles before grabbing fire, then it would be 2 times 18 plus 2 plus 1 for 39 cycles.
And so I guess while we're here, as I've just kind of clarified what latency is, I should also clarify what rate is, because that's the other big consideration when you're making cycle solves. Because you might be asking yourself, how come this solve beat a couple of the other ones when this one has a worse rate than, for example, Mr. Puzzle's solve, which was at min rate? This is not at min rate. So what do I mean by rate? Rate is the amount of time between your outputs, assuming the solve loops. So the number of cycles per product is how we would say it. But yeah, so think about it like this. This is outputting once every 6 cycles, and that's just not going to change no matter how long I run this for, unless I have a really good computer. Then I can probably get it to reach the far lands on elephant mode. But forget about that. Yeah, for all practical intents and purposes, this is going to run forever, outputting once every 6. The other ones that I showed before, what's min rate again?
4 point something.
Once every 4 point something cycles. Yeah, which is lower than 1 every 6. But the important part,
just 4.5.
Okay, it's 4.5. Okay, so once every so twice every 9 cycles is what it's actually doing. But yeah, this is like once every 6 cycles, which is less often than twice every 9 cycles. But because this has so much better latency than, for example, Mr. Puzzles, because Mr. Puzzles had really bad latency because it did the thing where it loops all the way around and fixes the bonds. And there was like a buttload of latency on that because it's a buttload of extra steps, whereas this only takes 2 steps from grabbing the last stab fire, 1, 2, already outputs. So it takes much fewer steps, despite it being at a slower rate. This ends up beating that solve. So
and that's because cycles is literally just when do you drop your 6th output.
Yeah.
Mr. Puzzles would win in a race to 100 outputs every time, but not against maybe mine. But...
Not in a race to 6.
Yeah.
A sprint versus a marathon.
Yeah.
Cycles is like the 200-meter dash. It's like not a sprint, it's not latency, but it is pretty close to latency.
Rust removal's a sprint.
Rust removal's a sprint, yeah.
Rust removal was basically a latency puzzle.
It really was, wasn't it? Okay. So, moving on. Oh, wait. I did not read the notes. Alright, let me do that. Sorry. Alright, alright. Zanuck writes, this is a slight improvement over my original solve. In theory, min cycles is 31. I started with the idea of shepherding one input through 2 bonding cycles and straight to the output, as you can see with arm 1. I think he actually means 1 unbonding, 1 bonding, 1 debonding. Unfortunately, the layout was a bit challenging to get a good period. Originally, I was going to use the leftover salt as the extra earth and also figure out a second construction converting an earth salt into an earth fire instead of having the fire salt converted to fire earth every time. But then I realized that min cycles would actually require 4 different constructions, not just 2, and I just never had the energy to go that far.
People believing that it would require 4 different pipelines to hit min cycles will be pleasantly surprised in the end of the stream. But goodness, yeah, that's intimidating if that's what your mental picture is of the good solution here.
There's some, yeah, there's a really cool piece of tech that lets min cycles not be 4 pipeline hell, but we're not at min yet. Moving on though, we will take a couple of cycles of a drop down to 38 cycles at 193,000 odd secondary. We have non-happy. Limits of design.
Is this a new submitter?
I think non-happy has been, I think new to this as of 2024, but I don't think new to the tournament. No, yeah, they submitted for week 2.
Cool.
It looks like this one makes 6 outputs and then needs a break. Eventually, it isn't grabbing Earth as often as possible because it only needs to grab Earth twice to complete its odd one out pipeline. Yeah, this is just an odd one out 6R, because on the right you can see that it is doing the sort of 6R in a lot longer latency than some of the previous ones, like these little compact solutions we saw by Zanuck and Ratmassive. But basically on the right, it's the same thing as those, but with worse latency, so that on the left it can make 1 extra output and speed everything up by 6 cycles.
So this is like
44 minus 6.
Right, so this is, this would be like if those last couple of solves used the waste chain, right?
Yeah, and then also had to wrap around themselves in a circle to make that pipeline not suck.
Yeah, because the other solves were like, I could do that with another pipeline, but that would make this a lot harder to make, and this is that. This is that a lot harder to make. Alright, so non-happy writes in the solution notes. So, I've hit a fundamental limit with the way this design is built. Because I'm adding a single fire atom last, I've put it in a place in the design where there is a minor lull in how fast I can move the whole thing around. This isn't a bad thing. On the contrary, it helps with the whole engine reach. It helps the whole engine reach min rate quite nicely. I don't think this is min rate, but it would be quite a step up to hit min rate. But for the 5th and 6th products, it is the last output drawn. This means that I have to wait for it on the 6th product. And this wait means that it must be output on cycle 36-ish. Unfortunately, the 5th product is also output on the 36th cycle. It, as far as I can tell, is a fundamental cycle limit to this design.
It's always good to be able to say, like, there's nothing left on the table with your design, because people with 1 week for a tournament puzzle aren't going to commit to 5-6 different redesigns like people might on a campaign puzzle.
Yeah, so, right.
Yeah, good job squeezing this design to its limit. I assure you there will be different designs that do differently. But this is very cool to see, especially the glyph forests that it has to pass over.
It passes through them pretty deftly too. Like, there's not that much like extra spare. Like, if you look on the right-hand side, like those glyph forests make up most of the area being swung through, which is, I think, a pretty cool, a testament to how tightly how tight the swings all are and how kind of much effort was put into this. Alright, moving on. Oops.
People keep making comparisons to Mist of Dowsing. That was a 5-to-7 ratio, and this is a 4-to-9 ratio, so the comparison is reasonable.
I think that's...
You have to do, like, awkward pipelines or the Mist of Dowsing tech that will show up eventually.
I think that's valid, yep. Mist of Dowsing, I think, is a fair cop as a comparison. or elaborate on that just yet. But in 25th place, also at 38 cycles, at 140,000 odd secondary, is Luna.
Yeah, they were in chat talking about no, when it was a cycles drop.
Luna did very well, actually, on this puzzle. It was very heartening to see Luna's progress on this.
Oh wow, yeah, with the spare fires making their way into the odd one out pipeline. This is a really cool design. It's also quite sparse in terms of like glyph per space, so it does look a lot emptier than the previous one.
So yeah, you can peep out this swing here. It does with this lubricating solvent ass shape, swinging into the fire. Particularly cool swing. I don't think that's a swing you'll see.
That shape is gonna make a return later on in the stream.
Oh, you summon it up with the pitchfork?
The pitchfork. The pitchfork, the tuning fork. The other thing it does, I think, is really cool, is that it kind of does this wand movement at the top here. That 9 kind of like wands that off, hands it off, and that spare wand atom is what ends up getting placed into the odd one out pipeline. And there are 2 different ones that get placed. And the third one comes in at the end there. So yeah, that wands becomes the like spare firing the odd one out. And the way that's transported between pipelines is really clever. Okay, so Luna writes in the solution notes, I think I figured out how to do cycles. Latency is left as an exercise to the reader for the most part. Added an every 3 pipeline to make it faster than my previous solves. Everything is so delayed that it has to handle 2 face powders and 2 elemental fires in a row, even though they come alternating. I was going to complain about only getting in 1 extra output before victory and coming after the 4th output instead of the 3rd, but actually that seems forced, I don't know. Also, rip to all the area optimization I tried. It actually, secondaries did matter. You're on the right end of the secondary cutoff here. This is also the only combination of swings I found that makes the fire into tri-bonder there work. It's a nice swing. So I think, yeah, putting it right in the middle of the pitchfork. Cool swing. Yeah. This is the fastest I can get it to go, I think. Being limited by latency on the fast pipeline, where everything is too stuck together for me to touch. Previously, the extra touchstone was the last output because I was too slow getting it out of its prison of arms, but I realized my skill issue and just fixed that. Secondary optimization looks terrifying, and if you're reading this, I never did that. And it also reads, quote unquote, what's the pro bit? I reduced the latency by 1 and redesigned the whole bottom to work with that and made it way more efficient while I was at it. Edit improved secondaries anyway.
Nice.
Also, peep the Critelli, unused text.
Yeah. Oh, good. Oh, very good.
Alright. That was a good ass submission, by the way. Well done, Luna. In 24th place, we take a drop of a couple of cycles to 36 cycles. At 261 odd thousand is Cuckoo 52. We did actually, there it is. Loop inside, actually, that's not a loop inside a loop. Don't let your eyes deceive you. That is a spiral.
Just a river. Make 6 outputs. Revisit. Oh my god, it revisits the same source. Oh, I love Cuckoo 52.
That's such a cool reset.
Cuckoo 52 is one of the most visually satisfying solvers out there. Yeah, it does take a few cycles of break on the inputs like the Earth had some downtime, the fire has some downtime, but it is doing really low latency at the final steps. It is L equals 3 instead of L equals 2 because it has to debond the fire after it bonds second. Actually, it's L equals 4 and L equals 2, but either way, it's beautiful.
Yeah, so it's L equals 2 on. So it's like it has the bones of a min cycle solved, but then it has to take a break because geometry.
The fact that Curtelli is in the middle is just.
So this is what you would call So alright, so this entire machine is a demonstration of what we will call pre-building. So what it does is that it quote-unquote pre-builds 6 trapezoids, and trapezoids are kind of good as the core, because if you look at the looking closely at the output, you can see it's kind of like you can break it down into a trapezoid plus like two atom things, one like two of the inputs. So the trapezoid is a really good core to build, and it kind of goes around a loop-de-loop to fix all the wrong bonds and the wrong duplication colors, and then puts those last 2 inputs on. And so pre-building is a pretty deep piece of Cycles tech. It's an intimidating one. I've never built a machine that does pre-building before. I've never done it before. It's a very scary tactic. This is one valid way to do min cycles. This solve actually kind of proves that it's a valid way to do min cycles, because if you just get rid of that break, then this would have been a min cycle, which I think by now has been revealed to be 31 cycles. If anyone is heartened or scared by that number, I can confirm min cycles was 31.
Oh, good. I didn't get it wrong. But yeah, if you watch there's 5 cycles of downtime on the fire input in between when arm 14 last grabs it and then when it resets and grabs it from the other direction. Those 5 cycles are the missing cycles. Everything else was perfect. And obviously you have to move the things into position, so it's not just arm 14 holding it up, but yeah. Oh, Tuku52 claims that they submitted an even better showcase.
Nice. Oh no.
Actually,
is it showcase or is it just... Oh, okay, it was showcase.
I assumed. Please clarify if I was wrong.
Alright, let me just double check that before I move on. There's the 39.
My peer said a few hours before deadline. He said something else in...
There's,
Was it under a different name?
That's what I'm looking for. This one is... That submission is the 36. This submission is some solve. This submission is the solve that's on screen. Is that submission? He then submitted that solve again a second time. There's probably some like minor differences. But yeah, it's the exact same score.
Might have clicked the wrong solution file. Just resubmitted the
old one
instead of the new one.
Oh, it's right here.
Oh,
yeah, he did.
You have it.
He did do better. I do have it. Why didn't the solution parser load it? Where is it? What the fuck? Yeah, sorry, there is a better... Sorry, yeah. Cuckoo52 did do better than this. It wasn't... What the hell? It's not like I didn't just download the solve. Huh. Alright.
Is it a different name?
Auto-hot... it doesn't show up at all in my solution parser. Like...
Wild.
Alright, solution parser L. Sorry about that, Cuckoo52. He actually did do better than this. He didn't. Yeah, sorry. His best solve is a 34. I'm just gonna I'm gonna load it in by hand when we get there. I won't. Yeah. We don't have to worry about showing it for too long because we showed this one. But yeah, sorry about that, Cuckoo52. In 23rd place, we'll move on though for the time being. Still at 36 cycles at around 216,000 product is Moraconda.
Alright, I'm back. Oh good, I didn't miss much.
Nope.
So I made a 34 in the last... What?
3 hours?
Like 2 hours
36.
ago? Oh, it's a 36. I was mistaken.
Started
36,
at
though.
started at 3 hours to deadline, got a 3-to-1 working in just over an hour, botched together an odd one out pipeline in another hour, improved that pipeline from +4 cycles to +1 cycle in the final hour. We'll see if that matters. I'm curious how the good solves deal with the ratio, because I just couldn't. Pre-building with catalysts, mayhaps? That one Biggie missed of dowsing with a similarly awful ratio. I think what Moraconda actually means is buffering, which is different to pre-building.
It's
Kinda.
Yeah, but I think they're the same tech, but one of them accommodates high latency and the other one doesn't have to. Mist of Dowsing tech is pre-building without caring about latency.
Buffering is like pre-building's rich cousin, and it's rich because it saves on secondaries so much.
But yeah, I think the whole point of the Mist of Dowsing tech is that you can run an output loop faster than the rate that is appropriate to the puzzle instead of slower. Odd one out is for when you have something that is slower than the rate of the puzzle. Here, that's every 6 cycles, and you have extra material that you need to throw into the output as a new output.
Also,
but if you have something that can run, say, every 2, like Cuckoo52's that we just saw, it was a track loop that was producing an output every 2 cycles. It just didn't have the material to actually create outputs every 2 cycles, so it needed to do separate passes. That's the Mist of Dowsing tech is running at a lower rate than 4.5R. Which, and 4 is lower than 4.5, and that's a cleaner implementation than 2.
I think the main difference that, because I see, personally, I think there's a pretty clear difference between pre-building and buffering. I don't think I should talk about it too much just yet, but yeah. I get into why, yeah, buffering I think is kind of more advanced than pre-building as a tech. It's not always useful, but it is useful in this puzzle. So this solve does the pitchfork thing that Luna does. Actually bonds 2 fires at the same time.
All 3 at the same time.
Sorry, yeah, my bad. All 3 at the same time. With a pretty clutch multi-bonder.
That's slick.
Yeah, that's a cool output. Oh, it looks like that has to delay the main output by 1 cycle to get the odd one out in time, which prevented this being 35.
Oh, because there's a regrab here. Arm 20 has to regrab, and oh, that hurts.
Yeah, too much available on 34 to be able to output both of them by 35. So this has 1 cycle of oof geometry plus a few more cycles of this is all I could do.
I guess that is the exact kind of design flaw you don't save in the last hour of optimizing a puzzle.
Yeah, comparing to, who was it who said this is the limit of their approach? Like, this is not necessarily the limit of Mora's approach, but she spent only 2 hours.
Non-happy was the one who had the limit of the approach.
Yes.
But yeah, no, yeah, Mora's definitely, that approach did not have a limit. Yeah, Mora's approach did not stop at 36, probably 35. Cuckoo52's approach probably was only limited by geometry. It probably could have gone all the way down to 31.
Yes, and I'm wondering if we'll see that with Madmaster, who said that probably has the most maximal min. Like, is that going to be Madmaster's solution? Is the 31 version of Cuckoo's spiral track?
Well, yeah, actually, could be. All right. still at 36 cycles, but at way better latency. Secondary. At about just under 68,000 secondary is Eggsucker 888. Also, just these placements will be slightly wrong because of the solution passer messing up Cuckoo 52. So, yeah. So, Mora actually came 24th. Eggsucker's actually 23rd. Just to clarify that one.
This looks buffered. It's got period 4 everything with 2 cycles at the gap. Yeah, that's buffered. Well done. So this is buffering. It's making an output every 4 cycles, except there isn't enough material to make an output every 4 cycles because this is a 4.5R puzzle. So every now and then it has to slow down and grab a couple of inputs to restock its buffer.
So
this is a good approach.
So pre-building, I think you can think of it as setting up the main part, like the bulky part in advance. This does not. So I think the way buffering differs is that it doesn't set up the main bulky part in advance. It sets up the bonus extra atoms in advance. So you can see it just builds the most of it normally, but it's buffered a few extra fire inputs ahead of time, and so it can output once every 4, which min rate is 4.5. So it can operate below min rate because you've buffered extra atoms ahead of time. So it kind of like, so yeah, it like, you can see it set up here. These first couple of fire, so it actually also transposes stab earth. But yeah, there's a stab fire here also being like set aside ahead of time to allow this once at every 4 kind of construction. So yeah, buffering, I think, yeah, ends up being the better strategy than pre-building, especially for this puzzle, because instead of having to set up the hard part, you have to pre-set up the easy part and do your main construction normally, as opposed to pre-building where you have to do the hard construction part like first.
It does still require that you are able to use 4 inputs to make all but 1 atom of an output on a 4-cycle loop. But if you're allowing yourself extra latency, that's pretty reasonable. Like, this is a good example of that. If you're trying to go the minimum latency and you're buffering, it's hard.
Yeah, it does get harder.
But this at least makes the approach in general look very, very approachable. Like, especially if you're seeing this at the same cycle number as the odd one outs or the spiral tracks, that's something that... this is something maybe people who did odd one out wish they thought of.
Alright, moving on. In what is actually 22nd place, we drop down a cycle to 35 with Fuyu at almost exactly 69,000 secondary. Huh.
There's a buffer of 4. It's cool that this managed to cut... Oh, it's probably just the track loops. It's not having as many regrabs. Eggsucker had a lot of single rotate, grab, drop. This one has track loops, so it moves a little more.
So, Fuyu writes, I could not find a quote-unquote clean way to assemble the inputs into the right shape that is also fast. Instead, I just cobbled together 8 atoms and through subsequent moves forced the last earth atom into position by projecting via the central salt. I think duplicating. The final layout works quite well, but I'm interested to see what assembly method results in the lowest latency.
Yeah, we're into latency chasing on a buffering solution now. I like this part of the stream.
This is buffering being used to make a min rate. Yeah, this is buffering being used to make min rate. It just outputs 4 atoms every 4, and then just waits a bit for everything to catch back up, because you can't actually keep outputting every 4 cycles forever, because there just aren't that many atoms.
I like that bi-arm track loop.
Oh, bi-arm track loop.
Does it have downtime? It has three cycles of downtime between drop and grab that aren't pluses. Why would you not just make it a regular arm and reset it with rotations 3 times.
For style points.
Fuyu. That's secondary, Fuyu.
Did it matter? Well, I don't think it would have actually made a difference, but there was another 35 cycle solve. It was significantly lower though. At 37,000 odd secondary. In what is actually 21st place is random name 7190. Rate hard.
This is quite compact. Oh wow, there's a catalyst.
Way, way cheaper.
There's a catalyst in these whatevers.
No, we won't be taking the L on this solve, apparently.
Ah. So this only buffers in 2s, so it actually doesn't use Earth while it is buffering.
Hold up, does it just deliberately not loop just to troll me?
Does
Oh no,
ARM6
it's not.
do
It's
any-
not a troll.
Oh.
Oh,
Okay.
ARM6 just doesn't. Oh, because of the catalyst. And ARM6 kind of hilariously just grabs the product exactly as
There
it
is
passes
a way
over.
to make this. There is a way to make this loop. You just do another grab on empty space and rotate ARM6 back over the input, so that next time that grab instruction executes, it's already holding, so it can't grab again, and it'll just move a nothing.
Yeah, so what you can do is like that.
That's how I looped my solve.
Yeah, that's how I looped myself too,
Alright.
because I have a catalyst.
Other way around. So you can do a dummy grab here and just keep it grabbed.
Oh, that's right underneath the text from Twitch chat. You can't.
All right, you guys
That's
didn't see.
useless to us.
All right, you guys didn't see what I did, but I just made it loop. Yeah, it was in the worst possible spot.
All right, Grimmy. Good to know that we're in different sides of the approach here. Let's see how it comes out.
So I've given this solve the L. I've made this solve take the L because it was really easy to do. Okay. Next up is what actually should have been Cuckoo 52 solve. So Cuckoo 52 did in fact make top 20. I've never seen that before. I don't know why my parser just straight up didn't download it or something.
Wrong hard drive.
This might have been the hard. I don't think it's the hard drive issue. I downloaded these solves like on the deadline. Like you guys saw me. Like I was streaming before I downloaded the solves. So anyway, let me just put it straight into my game. I won't bother. Okay, so this is actually where Cuckoo 52 would have ended up. Oh, this is significantly different. Oh, damn. Bro completely redesigned and I showed the old design. Oh.
This is so over-engineered. Oh, this is a every 2 finish. Nice.
Okay, so this
It does
is...
look good.
Yeah.
That's a lot of glyphs.
This is in fact... Alright, so the secondaries actually didn't matter. This is the only scoring 34. Also, Pac-Man track in the middle. Get hyped.
Only 134, eh?
Does it even need all those duplicators? Oh, yeah, I think it actually does. Yeah. I think it needs every one of those duplicators. Or at least uses every one of those duplicators.
Run the Grimmy touch-up script on this, make sure.
Alright, so there are a couple of cycles where it just doesn't grab anything. Yeah, so I think this is just much like his pre-building machine. Which I think this is kind of also pre-building. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, this is also pre-building. But with less geometry issues, so it doesn't have to wait as long to do the final grabs.
Yeah, this is still an every 2 finish. It just doesn't have enough material in the right place at the right time to actually go every 2, so it has to do some downtime. Yeah, that every 2 finish inspired by Mist of Dowsing likely.
See, this solve gives me very strong Mist of Dowsing vibes. Okay, so that was the only... Yeah, 34. So as mentioned, that is 20th place. If I'm not showing your best solve, do let me know, because I'm now a little worried. But hopefully that doesn't happen again, because I've never seen that happen before. Moving down to 33. We are now at min +2. At about 161,000 odd secondary is Jamu.
Oh. Jamu confident that had min.
I'm sorry, Jamu, you missed min again. I'm so sorry. It's the old quote. It's not that old, but it's the adage, if you're not certain you have min, you don't have min.
I think Jamu was talking at some point. I'm getting feedback through Goodbye Galaxy's mic, I think. No, it's through Zorflex's mic. Never mind. I'm hearing me, and that's a little awkward.
Oh. I'll turn the volume down on my speakers. That's probably the reason. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, when Jamu was describing the theory for min in chat, seems to be assuming an odd one out pipeline from the get-go, which then meant that there was a blocked output that he was factoring in. But even then, that's 2 cycles over min, and the blocked output would only account for 1 of them, so I don't even know.
So Jamu writes in the solution notes, where are we? This puzzle is so interesting. Figuring out the build order was very counterintuitive, but maybe that's just me. So Jamu was umming and ahhing in DMs whether or not this is min. It's like, just do the latency calculation. Are you sure it's min? I didn't want to say it, but if you're not sure it's min, it's not min. But that's what I was wanting to say, but couldn't because I'm a Tawny host and I can't give advice like that. And Jam is just like, I'm pretty sure. I think it's min. Or at least min +1. I think Jamu also thought it might have been min +1, but no, this is min +2.
I'm looking and it is pulling outputs as often as it can. So it's making its odd one out every 4 outputs, which means that there's a lot of junk left on the table when it actually makes it 6th output, because it is already on its way to building a 9th output that doesn't need to be built.
So if we pause it here, so it's about to output the 6th product. The problem is, I can count a few too many atoms on the board, I think. Yeah, I think there are 4 atoms too many on the board that are not, over the input glyph. Because there's ones that are being grabbed for the new one. Let me see if I can work this out. It's kind of hard to figure out, but I'm pretty sure, I couldn't tell you where exactly, but I'm pretty sure this is, grabbed too many atoms that are not being output. Because
Yeah.
for this to be min +2, it would make sense that there is one input set that's grabbed that's not output that should have been, if you wanted min cycles.
This is literally n equals 15, l equals 2, because by the time you make your 6th output in an odd one out design, you have grabbed 15 of each input. The problem is, you could get away with making 14, or with grabbing 14 of each input to make the outputs. That's 2 cycles right there.
Yeah. Yeah, so... I forgot my point, sorry. I had a point ready to go, but... No, so the L calculation was done correctly here, but the N calculation wasn't, because N equals 14, not 15. I think that's
odd
probably...
one out suggests 15, but it's not necessary, and that's not even what the... theory does not make assumptions.
Yeah, okay.
Builds make assumptions.
Yeah, right. Okay, so it was a wrong assumption about an odd one out pipeline. Right, that's what happened with Mist of Dowsing, wasn't it? There were all these odd one out pipelines.
I made odd one out pipelines for Mist of Dowsing. It was 2 days before the deadline that I actually made min.
Yeah, right. Yeah, because, Right, so if it makes you feel better, Jamu, if this was 2021, this solve probably comes 5th or something.
Yeah, this is basically Bist in 2021.
Bist came 4th if I remember correctly, and that's what she did this exact kind of thing on Mr. Dowsing. You're just joining the game at a point where everyone's significantly better at this shit. So instead of 4th place, you've come 19th. I'm so sorry.
I hope you 2 on the Earth atoms, by the way. On the fire atoms, it's actually contributing to its odd one out pipeline using the 15th, and so it's L equals 4 on the 14th for the fire atoms.
Oh, okay. All right. Coming in 18th, we are still at 33, but we take a hell of a drop in secondaries at around 72,000. It is you, Goodbye Galaxy. No, you did not win cycles.
A big drop.
You did not win cycles. Sorry.
Yeah. I thought I might, but
you had your hopes up. I know. Whoops.
Oh, I did so much secondary optimizing.
Ah,
didn't matter.
It looks so good though. I don't think you were under any misconceptions that this was men.
No, certainly not. I just couldn't figure out how to get it working. But yeah, I guess I am buffering. And got my glyph forest with that little lone calcifier. The only one I need for that step.
Madmaster calling out that the title is in reference to the zip code encoded by the product secondary.
That's great. That's how I named all my iterations.
West Helena, Arizona. Oh, is this an American thing?
I guess so.
Yeah, the post in America has 5-digit codes for every county.
Oh, okay. Oh, I think ours is we have 4-digit codes because Australia's not as populous.
Not even counties, it's just like regions, and the postal code regions are really weird. Like I don't want to drop my own, but there's like, you can go 4 different postal codes within like 10-minute drive.
Yeah, oh, okay. Interesting. So it's kind of like suburbs? You guys have suburbs, right?
Yes, we have suburbs. I live in suburbs.
I'm not going crazy.
America's the king of suburbs.
This has a lot of glyphs, but it manages to swing over them pretty quick and efficiently. I love this.
Do you know where the 2 lost cycles are, Goodbye Galaxy?
It's that I use the last input pulled. I have to split into 2. I'm assuming that Min will just bond the last input directly, then debond it.
Right.
So I have to bond, and I even have to pull an extra one as a catalyst for to turn it to fire.
Yeah, I see it now. So, alright, so it's basically just L equals 4. And that's why this is...
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
I was trying to get it so that it was salt for that final bond, but I couldn't get the glyph forest to make the orientation with salt as that little straggler atom. I could only do it with fire or earth.
Yeah, I guess it's worth talking about the point. So the way the latency calculation works is because n equals 14, but it's not a clean 14. You only need 2 of the 4 atoms for that final 14th grab. So what you can do, you can either debond one from both inputs if you want, or you can use one input, which is what this one does, or you can use both inputs and have a 2-atom catalyst as like a little spare. And you can do all those different things and still get min cycles. So this is basically just pulling that 14th, that 14th input will just be the stab fire. But yeah, one of the atoms just has a 4-atom latency, which is, yeah, why this isn't min. Okay.
Happy to get top 20 though.
In 17th place, we will drop down to 32. Once again, unbeaten on secondaries. Goodbye, Galaxy.
Wow. So there's only one person in 34 and 2 people at 33?
2 people at 30. Yes, exactly.
Wow.
And then 2 people at 35. A few people at 36. No, 2 people at 36. 2 people at 38. 2 people at 40. 1 person at 41. 1 person at 42. It's kind of spread out really nicely.
Striation has to end. We have 2 cycles left and 17 people. By the pigeonhole principle, we're going to have a fuck ton of people at some of these numbers.
Actually, there was a non-scoring 33 that would have beaten you on secondary. Okay, never mind.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It was Ebenov who submitted it. At 32, though, at about 111,000 secondary is Vilfuck.
They were just mentioning in chat spooky. Quite the track loops.
Oh.
There's so much different flavors of buffering. Like, it's buffering in earths and fires. Oh, wow. Yeah, thank you for slow-mowing this.
I think most of these need to be slow-mode from now on. Okay, so let me read the solution notes. In the beginning, I had a similar looking pipeline making a product every 8 cycles with the same latency as this solution. I had plans to make another pipeline to take it to 1 every 4, with 4 cycles at the start to prepare the singular missing atoms in the product. I tried for a few hours trying to make the second pipeline, then I realized I had the timing wrong and it wouldn't work, so I switched to making the single pipeline twice as fast. After a few hours, I concluded it was impossible to take consecutive inputs and turn them into the product, with 1 atom sourced from a buffer with this latency, so I was back to making a 2 pipeline solution. After many more hours, I gave up and uninstalled Opus Magnum because it was eating too much of my time. But I couldn't sleep and I thought up a new way to approach this puzzle. A new single pipeline, still with the same rate and same latency, but now it would take the auxiliary atoms 6 cycles before the core ones. So in other words, came up with the buffering idea. This means the auxiliary inputs would be grabbed on cycles 1, 5, 9, 13, 17, and 21, whilst the core ones on 7, 11, 15, 19, 23, and 27. 27 plus latency 5 equals 32 cycles. However, now I can't take the inputs on cycles 1 and 3 as a buffer to fill the missing single atoms. I'll have to use cycles 3 and 25. The atoms from 25 would have only a few cycles to catch up to the product from cycles 1 and 27, but it would be possible if I delayed the output of product 5 just a bit. The next day, armed with a new battle plan, I constructed this solution in only about 5 hours. Indeed, it was possible. A few tweaks were then done over the next day to reduce secondary. I feel like this plan for inputs is the only way to achieve 32 cycles, except for some special tactics at the start. It seems almost intentional. I am also excited to see how the others prove me wrong.
I'm glad that at the end you include the option to be proven wrong, but it is really cool to both see the thought process and hear kind of the nested assumptions that went in along the way. Because as you work further and further with the design, you start to become more and more convinced that it is the way to do it because you find out how to make it work, but you haven't spent the time on other designs to find out how to make them work. It's kind of like a tunnel vision, but it's really cool that this is your result because this looks amazing. It's so much more complicated than I think it needs to be, but at the same time, the complication is all succeeding at its goal, which is great.
I think one important part of competing in Opus Magnum is just accepting that tunnel vision, knowing that, all right, this is how I'm interpreting the puzzle. This isn't how the puzzle is going necessarily. Yeah, this isn't the only way to interpret how to do it, but this is a way to interpret how to do it. And knowing that you're probably going to miss some stuff, but just kind of being cognizant, because that's how you stop making assumptions about stuff. And you can see, yeah, there was a lot of, there were a lot of assumptions that were initially made that were no longer made, that were kind of like broken down in this solution. And there are still a couple that were made that were wrong, but like most of the assumptions here were cracked. I think we also saw it with Jamu not quite realizing that Min was 31. I think that was another, like, case of that, like, tunnel visioning that happens when you compete. I think it's a natural part of competing. It is kind of funny. When I'm getting DMs and it's like, Zorflex, why did you do this? Zorflex, why did you do that? And sometimes the answer is, I didn't mean to do that. Because, like, I deliberately make these puzzles to try and be, like, open-ended, to try and encourage a lot of approaches. And you're gonna start seeing some of that variety of approaches. Because I did intend for there to be quite a few different ways to hit Min cycles. And I thought that was really cool and interesting, because, yeah, Min cycles is an interesting solution space. So, and it's also kind of hard to hit, because you need to really know what you're doing to hit it.
I remember somebody sharing a GIF directly with Zach asking, did I do it right? And his response was, I feel like I failed you. There isn't a right answer. You just follow whatever
That's
way
great.
you find.
I feel like I failed you. That's a good response. Alright. In 16th place, at around 101,000 secondary, is OMG It's a Beast. +1 pain.
So she's aware of the Min +1.
Yeah, I think so. I think in Best's case, she was a little short on time because of Chinese New Year.
Oh yeah, makes sense. There's a surgery on one of the outputs, and it's not even the first output, it's the surgery on the 4th output. Maybe the 5th?
5th. That is some very funny surgery.
That's so weird. It has, like, it attaches an Earth atom that it needs to remove and rebond. What mechanism leads to the funky 5th output?
So Biff simply writes in the solution notes, there are better paths to 32, this is just a failed 31. So, alright, so this has to do with how, I think, so this has to do with how the stab Earth is buffered, I think. So it's buffered quite a few here early on. That's perfectly cool. And then on the 5th one, if I'm got the right one, it just kind of like haphazardly slaps on the stab Earth because it's like running out of cycles and wants to fix that later with surgery, but then isn't quite there in time. See, here is where it would have outputted if it got it in time, but couldn't quite fix it. That's a hard problem to fix. Ouch. That's a very annoying problem too.
And also, the output that goes out on cycle 31 needs one of the Earths that was taking a ride on that output. Like, there's ARM 17 at the bottom, yoinks one of the 2 Earths that's extra and finishes off that other product with it. It's just both outputs need something that is too late to be available on 31.
I think the 6th output was fine. I think it's just that 5th output, the surgery... Oh, actually, maybe not, because, yeah, I don't think the surgery is ever going to be done in time because of how ARM 18 needs to, you know, grab it.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's an annoying problem to have right at the very end of your attempt at min cycles. I feel for you, Best.
This had a plan, it just didn't see the end game during the middle game, and then the end game bit it by 1 cycle.
Decent breakdown in the Twitch chat by Best. Okay. We have our final non-min cycle solve.
Damn. More than 10 like I hoped. Wow.
There was, yep, so in 15th place at 32 at 69,660 secondary is Kazian. I can zoom in, I think. Kinda. Now the zoom back up.
That's a great title.
Rebuild this city.
Let me just whack this bad boy on slow-mo while I read the notes.
Yeah, this is just an L=3 happening. It does have all the right bones of its like macroscopic approach, but the microscopic approach, it just isn't finishing off outputs fast enough.
Yeah, so this is, I think, what Bist alluded to as that better route to 32. In other words, because this actually intends to be a 32. Alright, so Kazian writes in the solution notes, the speed of the greatest alchemist machines are unmatched. Alchemical Touchstone is a popular demonstration for how evident the results are. Instead of being dispensed in powder or liquid form, like metals and tonics, Touchstone creates unusually large but harmless chunks that fall into the output vial, or out of it. It makes for a startling demonstration of speed. Is said that masters like Maximus Cryatelli could activate their transmutation engine, and one would hear a brick of Touchstone hitting the floor before they heard the click of the on switch. Mine is not quite so fast. This is not my specialty, after all, but I had the idea of sparking up a stock of elemental fire to simplify the process and did not resist trying it. Alchemist Kazian, still not a brick.
Kazian is an excellent writer and an excellent solver.
Imagine if Kazian hosted a 20. The lore would be exquisite.
I like how all of the pieces that join together on the first bonding step off of inputs kind of pivot around themselves a little bit, and suddenly it takes the proper shape, like ear bonk. Like, yeah, the pivoting airship fuel of fire of Earth plus the two simultaneous pivot and rotate and slide, just everything moves. I like when all of the parts join together to make the shape right at the same time.
Okay. As alluded to, this is the final 32. We had 14 scoring submissions at min cycles, which is a few more than I expected, to be perfectly honest with you.
This is Opus Magnum in 2024. I really wish some of these new players could get to experience what tournaments were like in 2019 and 2020. It's just that that's not what the community's at right now.
Yeah, it's
cracked out of our gourds.
It's just harder to crack into some of these, like getting in the top 10 for any of these metrics is just so much harder now because all the good players are so bloody good. As I mentioned, like, I have no doubt Jamu's Solve was top 10 in 2021. It probably would have been top 5 in 2021. But it barely made top 20 in 2024, which is just insane. In 14th place, Mad Master's prediction was in fact correct. It is him up next. So I'll just
How
read
many hundreds of thousands of secondary?
So I'll just be reading the secondaries from now on. So this one clocked in at 156 odd thousand.
Accurately titled.
Oh no, wait. The solution notes actually has our dialogue. So Zorflax says, and now we take another cycles drop to 31 with Mad Master's solution. And I guess now I can reveal that 31 is indeed min. From here on out, it's a secondary battle, and Mad Master is starting us off with a product of 156,640. Biggie, right, says 31 cycles. That's right. So for anyone wondering how that's calculated, N is 14 because you need 14 pairs of regents, and L is 2 because of the last regent needs 2 bonding steps to make a completed product. So 2N plus L plus 1 equals 31. Even though you only need 1 of the last pair of regents, that still counts as 14 pairs. Zorflax interrupts, yeah. Biggie goes, oh, go on. Zorflax writes, no, you go on. Biggie says, I was just going to say that's a lot of pistons. Zorflax says, oh, yeah, okay, so it looks like this section on the right makes most of the products, while this section on the left takes some spare molecules and gets them ready for the final input, and then I tab through it, bond, swing, and drop. Let me see if I can replicate it. Swing and drop. I fucked it up.
Bro, I'm cry laughing. This is amazing.
I fucked it up
These
again.
are the
Wait.
best notes ever.
Alright. I think it's here. Bond, swing, drop. This was written in the notes. I was meant to do that part. Alright. Yup, 2 bonding steps for that last input. Oh, then it all resets. That's nice. Biggie then says... Where was I? So, unlike a lot of the submissions we've seen so far, the instruction tape for Madmaster's solution is 6p, meaning the instructions are hard-coded to produce all 6 products before the loop restarts. That's so it can get that last product done as soon as possible. I'm expecting from here on out all the submissions will be 6p. Zorflax says, well, Biggie, we'll just have to wait and see. Alright, before we move on, let's take a look at Madmaster's notes. And now we Zorflax colon, and now we take another cycles drop. Oh, ha ha ha. Okay, in his notes here, Madmaster wrote out dialogue for us to say as we see his solve. Biggie says, what? And chuckles.
Is this a Christopher Nolan script?
Zorflax.
There are literally tears on my face. This is more than a chuckle. This is probably the biggest dumb.
Zorflax says, okay, N equals 14 because you need 14 pairs of regents. L equals 2 because the last regents need 2 bonding steps. Oh, Biggie, you're saying this part, Zorflax says. Biggie says, ha ha ha, yeah, I did want to give an explanation how you reach min cycles when we got to it. Zorflax says, wait, okay, 31 cycles. So I'm reading the dialogue of me reading the dialogue of me reading the dialogue. Just to clarify. 31 cycles is min, let's see. Biggie says that's a lot of pistons is what it actually writes here. Geez, how long is this? Scrolls. Geez, okay, now he's describing our dialogue as I start to read the notes. Oof, that's clever. How meta. Okay, it goes on for a bit more here, but I can't read all of it. I'm going to have to move on. So anyways, congratulations, Madmaster, and to everyone from here on out for getting min cycles. We're moving right along to ... I promise I'm not actually reading it anymore. Wow, that
predicts the rest of the top 13.
Oh wow, that got deep. That was so fucking meta. Holy shit!
If you ever need a break, Zorflax, we can just have everybody write your commentary for you from now on.
You guys just write my commentary. It would be appreciated. That would be a lot less brain power on my part. I need some water after that. Holy shit. Okay, I'm actually going to move on now. We're moving right along to ... In 13th place at around about 124,000 secondary is Ebenov. .C. Not quite .D. Oh man. I have to go back to actually commentating now.
There's a lot of stuff on the left in this one that hasn't been used yet. Is there a pipeline? Oh, it's a surgery. I see.
Oh, that's a cool surgery.
It's a 2-part surgery.
Whoa.
That's like Biss, where she had 2 that required a little bit of touch-up.
Oh, but Ebenov, unlike Best, does that earlier. So it's like the second or third one that goes in that requires the surgery. Whereas Best was like, it required surgery on the 5th one.
2.
So she didn't have enough cycles to fix it. but because Ebenov's surgery happens to like the second/third, he has enough cycles to fix it up. So that's why this is a 31. So there you go. That was the roadblock, I think, stopping Best from getting a 31.
Yeah, it's not clear to me because she was also using some of those buffered atoms. Like there was a catalyst in Bist's solution. It's not just say, oh, Bist did this, she would have had 31. But this is an implementation that has a lot of similarities at the furthest distance that manages to succeed because it is faster.
So it kind of... Alright, so I think Ebenov kind of thought about the surgery ahead of time and designed it so that it would need to be fixed earlier as opposed to the 5th product.
Yeah.
So, alright, it's actually been designed around that. That's fair.
Other notes?
Yes. The notes read, after week 2 and my new alchemy engine arrives, I thought that I could say goodbye to away from engine planning. It turns out I still need to have some idea on which molecule goes where, and when I can drag those bonders around, the idea somehow doesn't form. On the other hand, I can't entirely trust the planning. I thought I could reuse the min latency pipeline to just build product 3 and 4 in a different order, and align lava salt such that it can swing into the bonding station for that alternative build order. But it turns out that the pipeline is too stiff to make any other non-mesh shape at input speed. So I think he was hoping for more elegant surgery. Fortunately, the pipeline leaves me just enough time to do the surgery, and in the end, this solve is to me easier to build than a set of 6 pre-build buffers. The lava salt direction stayed, and I'm sure the pipeline can shed some constraints if it rotates around. Okay, interesting.
This is a 4P surgery min. So Mad Master's prediction of like all the rest will be 6P wasn't necessary because you can, with that extra, I mean, with the fact that it's only one of the two outputs one of the two inputs that's limiting, you can get started on your 7th product before you're actually done with 6 outputs. It's just that, I don't know, not every option does that. It's just cool to see how much variety there is at 31, basically.
See, so at 31, you can either grab the 14th as just like one input, which I think is like the one that I think we'll see most often because it's just kind of the obvious one, or you can have like, you can debond like a single atom from both inputs as the 14th and just connect them both on separately as like a single bond. Or you can do both at L equals 2 if you want to commit to that, so that you can have a catalyst or something like that, or just 2 atoms of waste, however you want to use those atoms. And even and if you do the first one where you're just grabbing a single input as the 14th, there are a few different L equals 2 routes. So just gonna hone in on the product here.
I enumerated 10 different L equals 2 routes for a single product.
10 different, yeah. So there's quite a few here. I meant to grab the input. So I won't list them all off here, but there's a few. There's like you slap that on to the brick and then you debond. That's an L equals 2. You can also like slap that on using a multi-bonder. You'll need 2 different bonding steps. That's L equals 2. There's that one, which is similar. That's L equals 2. There's also tricksy ones that you probably won't do, but it's like, you can use that. That's L equals 2. Or that, I think. Might not be L equals 2, that one, actually. No, I think it is. Yeah, sorry, I take that back. No, it isn't. It isn't. But yeah, there's like a bunch, sorry.
Yeah, there's 5 per input, basically. I think it was 10 if you counted both inputs, but there are 5 different ways for each input to get into the output.
Yeah.
And what I was noticing was that you can get both of them into the last output in exactly one way. And
yeah, if you use both of them, then it's a lot more constrained if you're using both of them.
If you're using both of them, they both want those center 3 atoms a lot. So you can get You can only do it if you debond and then bond on one of them, and then bond and then debond on the other one, both of them attaching to the outside. That way they each get access to the central 3 atoms once.
Yeah, so you can do that with both of them, and then just debond at the end. Whoops. See,
Yeah,
I've
you would need to
overlapped
debond one. You would need to debond one of them first, because that would still conflict over one of the bonders.
Oh, okay, so you actually need to debond, so it's even more constrained than that. Yeah, you need to debond
Yeah,
one of them first. Interesting.
If you're applying both of them to the output, there is literally only one way. I enumerated as carefully as I could. John, if you're going to prove me wrong, please do. But
sorry. And yeah, I think, and there's also the route of
proving me wrong.
So there's also the route of, like, yeah, debonding them both at, like, different debonding stations and just clipping one atom each on. And it can be, and that's a lot more variety in that, because it can be any of the 6 outside atoms in whatever variety of ways. So that's also a min latency pipeline, so.
That does count. I wonder if Kali means that.
Oh, okay. I mean, that might technically count because you're using both inputs and it's L equals 2, so that might be what they're referring to.
What I wanted, though, is to incorporate all 4 atoms of the last set of inputs so that I could get away with having 2 left on the board as a catalyst, which was my goal in designing my solution.
Yeah, so this would be the only way to do it if you have a catalyst that is, like, staying out of the pipeline or whatever. Then you need to do this 4-atom thing, and I'm pretty sure that is the only way to do that. Unless there's some insane, big brain, really hard way to do it.
We'll keep watching, because Callie in chat is claiming that there's an alternative, and Grimmy disagrees with some aspect of what I said, and Spiritual Shampoo just writes wrong, and there's a lot more that I didn't see, I guess. I am bringing out all of the smart people who tell me I'm wrong, apparently. Good job.
Actually.
What's the name for that one phenomenon where the best way to get answers is to say the wrong thing, not to ask the question?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know the name. It's someone's law. But,
it's named
like,
after you. It's Zorflux's law.
Yeah, I do that. I do it all the time. Absolutely. Hey guys, min cycles is 30. Pause
We should probably move on.
Yeah, right. Coming in, we take a steep secondary drop. Brace yourselves. At 70,970. In 12th place is Witch Push.
Witch Push is someone who said they were with Callie, so maybe we get to see an answer to my question. This is crowded. Okay.
Oh, okay, so it is different. So
yeah.
I think, so it's like, it's doing this, basically, with the 4 inputs. So that, yeah, okay, that's a fair cop. That is a different way to do it with all 4 inputs. Yeah. Take the L on that one. Sorry, Biggie. It's time to take the L.
Yeah. Okay.
But no, yeah. Alright, it's slightly different, but yeah. It's really, yeah, what I kind of liked is that all these different routes to 31 meant it's just insanely unclear which is the best one. So I think, you know, I'm like, alright, it's current year, everyone's really good at Opus Magnum, we're probably going to get quite a few at 31, but which is going to be the best 31? I have no idea, especially not for a product secondary, because you have to kind of be generally efficient.
I didn't look at that specific tribonder, and that's something that is now obvious in hindsight. That specific tribonder doesn't mean there's a glyph conflict, because the 2 glyphs needed are the same glyph. Cool.
Oh, yeah. No, yeah.
We'll see how bad that oversight actually bites me, because this does prevent me having to double grab an input, which I had to double grab an input to place.
So, Witch Push writes in the solution notes, I tried to find a working 31 cycle layout for a long time. Most of my previous attempts involved trying to bond the final regents to the outside of the product. But I never, which I think is what Biggie did, if I'm reading that correctly. But I never found a way to make it work. Pre-building got ugly fast. This layout only started coming together when I tried putting the salt of the final face powder in the middle of the product instead. The first 2 pairs of reagents are used for catalysts and extra fire. Then a product gets made with every subsequent 2 pairs of reagents. The fire catalyst gets used in the penultimate product to save needing a glyph of calcification. It's probably big and expensive, but I'm just proud I got it to work. And you got it to loop. Credit where it's due.
They're talking about A prime. This has a double prime. You can't define A double prime and A prime for the same solution if A double prime is more than 0.
It's A double prime because it swings. Yeah, that's... Oh god, don't even... Good luck. The calculation for A double prime is like... That's not one I'm going to be able to do in my head.
Yeah, it is very cool that this uses the other build order, and now I'm realizing I might be taking a few places worth of an L for my double grabbing inputs approach because I thought it was mandatory.
Okay. Moving on.
For those wondering what we're talking about, by the way, there's been a thread recently to try to define area at infinity for things that have infinite area at infinity. There's a bunch of discussions in a deep buried thread that if you wanted to back read probably would hurt you more than it helped you.
Hold up. Let me try and... Okay. So as you... So yeah, as you can see, it's A double prime because it fucking swings. So yeah, the idea of measuring A at infinity is to come up with a number for measuring that. I'll be honest, the A at infinity stuff is still a little confusing to me. I haven't been keeping too close of an eye on the thread because I have a lot of other Opus Magnum stuff to do at the moment, but yeah, it's about trying to measure that because apparently that's better. I'm just going to take their word for it. I'm not going to claim to know much about it or have an opinion on it yet. I don't know which proposal I like the best, to be honest. I read the proposals for how should we measure A at infinity, and it's like, okay, that one's more defined, but also does my head in more, and yeah, that's my uninformed take on the whole thing, so I don't know why you guys needed to hear that. Alright, moving on. At 11th place, at 66,780 secondary, is Spect 98.
Who cares when it's min C?
Alright, so the product secondary is probably going to be a lot more of a talked about factor, so... Oh,
I love the Critelli.
not taking the L there. So this comes in at 106 area, 630G. So this is significantly cheaper than the last one, but bigger area. Spec 98 writes in the solution notes, Cycles is hard, glad to have gotten min C.
Yeah, look at the 2 triangle tracks in the top right are doing the double grab input that I talked about. Like, it's attaching the fire to the output when 2 arms grab it at the same time and they both swing.
So this is pretty cool, because there's only one multi-bonder and one bonder. And it just reuses that the whole time. So
yeah, this output is made of 3 different multi-bonder footprints.
Yeah, that's a good way to break, yeah. That's something I think was cool, cool... I like the bond configuration of the outputs. I don't know, I was just as soon as I came up with that output shape, I'm like, oh, that's a banger. We're using that. Because yeah, there's like 3 different... It's like 3 different caltrops mushed together. But yeah, this solve takes advantage of that property by using the multi-bonder 3 times. Alright, so I'll just have a look at the buffering real quick, because the buffering is pretty... in depth here. Yeah, this is very confusing buffering. It's like, yeah, because because I think the thing that this has to do is it has to like do all its bonds from 3 different kind of directions. Yeah. Okay. Nice. So yeah, there's the 2 catalysts at the end. So yeah, this has to do the biggie method, I think, pretty much.
No, it doesn't do the biggie method because it does use the catalyst as one of the external earth instead of the earth salt. The earth in the earth salt is the different earth.
Oh, does it? Okay. Oh, it doesn't. No, sorry. I take that back.
Yeah.
Alright. Moving on. We finally have our top 10. At 66,000 flat, we have Fiesta 618. Comes in at 660 times 100. There you go. That one I can do in my head. The Great Bond Sea. So Fiesta writes in the solution notes. It's a pretty in-depth breakdown here. Let me just get this thing to loop first. Achieving min cycles on a tournament puzzle is always challenging. Despite containing no overtly nasty tasks, this one is no exception to that rule. L equals 2 on both regions, very little spare latency on the non-final inputs, and a fair amount of required duplication. I had to tinker for an entire 6-hour flight before I saw the victory screen with 31 cycles. It seems to me that the 2 general approaches would be to pre-build the central trapezoid or buffer 9 singletons early in the process. I'm betting that buffering will score better, since atoms leave the board faster and each task can be run on a 4-cycle loop instead of squeezing with a 2 loop. I think that is good intuition on Fiesta's part. Buffering definitely, I think, clears pre-building. Fiesta also writes, but I actually just didn't want to try pre-building, so wizards can feel free to prove me horribly wrong. No bloody clue how to build for X secondary, so I just tweaked bits around the edges and iterated on the lineages that got smaller numbers. Really, it's just the singleton buffering that changed. Almost all else is identical to my first success. Didn't have the stomach to look for a redesign.
It's interesting, and John questions the same in chat, like why 9 singletons and not 6 or not 3? And I don't have an answer why 9.
So this solve, I don't think we actually see. Yeah, so this solve, it builds the triangle core and then puts all 6 on, not individually, but they ended up getting debonded. 9 singletons is an interesting, thing to say, because I'm not seeing 9 singletons, but yeah, I don't think we've seen this bonding method, at least not at 31 before, because it's just like, it's building a core and then putting all 6 around it.
This looks like universal solvent, except it's too small. Universal solvent. Add 6 individual atoms to the outside of your cores. Universal solvent.
Universal solvent. Not a single multi-bonder, as Madmaster points out in chat.
It does have the double grab going on at the 2 triangles in the top right, similar to how Spect did and how mine does.
Alright. Yeah, just also one last note. I noticed, brief conversation, when Bun Bun writes, how the hell do you come up with this without spending a bajillion hours on it? And yeah, the short answer is because you spend a bajillion hours on other puzzles, and this stuff becomes intuition very gradually over time. It just isn't instantly intuition, but yeah, it's something you build up with experience.
I will say that my cycle solve was about 2 hours of work, but my sum solve was way more than that, and I don't think the placement will be correlated. I think I just think in cycles because I've spent 7,000 hours on this game, and a lot of that time has been spent on cycles.
Yours was 2 hours of thinking. See, as a non-cycles main, even with all my experience, that still sounds nuts to me. I said I did not build them in cycle solve to this, but if I did, I'd have spent way more than 2 hours trying to get it, because... yeah, cycle's hard. Alright. Coming in at 9th place. We'll take another drop. At 53,460 product, we have Kevalan, which is pretty much the same area as Fiesta's, just cheaper.
Fiesta Laren thinking in the...
Great minds think alike.
I believe Fiesta and Kevlaren are not just teammates, but family.
Okay, this kind of builds the pitchfork, but with the middle atom already there. And then throws those two on at the end. Okay, so the min... sorry, you go.
This one uses L equals 4 on the Earth. It is very interesting because this one doesn't have min latency on both outputs. It's only min latency on the fire.
Yeah, it's only the fire, which you can see on this grab. Arm 1 will grab it, bond it, and then there's a debond, and then it gets output. So there's your min latency. Everything else is either built ahead of time or a higher latency or buffered. Pretty cool swing at the bottom too with that single earth rate atom. So
this is really clean.
Yeah, a lot of these get cleaner and cleaner. It's actually been a little difficult for, as I've watched these solves come by, to answer the question, well, why did this one beat the last few, you know? Because it's noticeably cheaper than all the others, that's about it. They've all actually come out at the same area, so area has not actually been, I don't think, much of a consideration for these solves yet, but this one just happens to be the cheapest one we've shown so far. There's like one big track loop, but that's it. All the other arms are stationary. I think that's why this one is cheaper than the ones we've seen so far. It's committed to a buttload of bonders, but even multi-bonders aren't that expensive at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, this is still cheap. It's mostly that it's swinging so far.
I think all of these have been swinging so far to this point, though. So we'll see how that doesn't happen.
Yeah, I don't know. This has me checking my secondary to figure out, oh gosh, am I really soon, actually? I'm already low 50Ks.
Well, continuing on. At 52,200. In 8th place, who?
Who?
Who/whom?
Oh, this is a smaller layout. It's still expensive.
If I'm remembering correctly, I do not recall who getting... I think this might be who's first top 10, which... props. This is a hard top 10 to crack into. You've done very well to come 8th in this puzzle.
Goodness, the way they add the buffer atoms at the end is really neat.
Alright, at least in comparison to the last solve, it's no cheaper, it's just smaller. So you can see you can already kind of sense a bit less swinging around. The swings are kind of mostly already covered by stuff that's already being used. Who writes in the solution notes? The design process started with the final swing, which is constrained to minimize latency. I then made a list of the 14 stab fire inputs and decided which 6 would be swung in this way, followed by assigning the fates of the other inputs. 3 of the first inputs become 6 fire atoms, which are added one at a time. The second Stabfire input itself costs 90G to manipulate. That's unfortunate. The calcifier and one of the duplication glyphs are single use. An earlier version built Earth caltrops with luster, but added 1 cycle latency. So instead, I swing 1 Earth over separately. Yeah, it's interesting to me which, like, 3, 4, 5, which 4/5 atom shape is made first, because there's a lot of variety in the way you do that. This one does a trapezoid. Here, you can see at the bottom, there's a trapezoid shape. And the trapezoid shape's pretty good. Because, yeah, very conducive, because those atoms at the top are already buffered, and that Stabfire at the bottom just swings right through everything, and there's your min latency.
I gotta hand it to you, Zorflax. You made a puzzle that does not lead you to one specific approach. This is so much variety because it's really kind of awkward to get from start to finish, but yeah, the variety we're seeing here is incredible.
I will go ahead and claim it wasn't completely luck that this was so interesting, because I did, when I was like in that frantic 3-hour window looking at this, I'm like, is cycles going to be interesting for this version of the puzzle? And I'm like, L equals 2, right? There's a good few ways to get L equals 2, right? Yeah, I'm seeing quite a few. Okay, hopefully that's interesting. That did turn out, in fact, to be very interesting. And the awkward ratio meant it wasn't easy to get there in the first place. So it just kind of added up nicely. Alright. Moving on. In 7th place, at 49,610, we have Faindeer. Like how slow-mo is just a pretty good speed just from now on. Cycles moment. Alright, so this is another trapezoid.
This has no catalyst, which means that it saves a bunch of latency on the Earth output, or the Earth input.
Yeah, so the Earth input is handled very casually. A lot like Who's approach, actually. I think this is pretty much almost the same as Who's approach. So I guess the secondaries are well worth comparing here. This one is 45G more expensive, but 7 hexes smaller. Very close to Who's design. Faindeer writes in the solution notes, started at 74,240, so sub 50k feels good. Pretty much my first layout bonding pattern fully optimized. Looking forward to see what other options there are. No time to search it myself.
Yeah, I'm certain that I'm not beating Greemy on cycles, which was already my assumption. But Greemy in chat saying that the secondary is dropping so slowly.
I mean, yeah,
I'm in this range.
You can tell Greemy's not. You can tell Greemy's not worried, and you are. That's
yeah.
All right. Unfortunately, Biggie, you are up next.
Yeah, that's the expectation here.
At 46,480 secondary, we have our very own Biggie Mac.
Hello, it's me. This is pretty compact, but it has quite a bit of expense because of the way that I build it, ending with double grab on the 2 triangle tracks up at the very top.
Those are that's a tight final swing.
Thank you. I was pretty happy with this layout. I thought there wasn't any obvious misses, but the obvious miss was that I had assigned the inputs to the output in a way that I thought was the only way, which isn't the only way.
So this is the way that Witchpush had mentioned, oh, I was trying to find this method, but couldn't find it, so I found the easier method. And that easier method was the one that Biggie missed.
Yeah.
In other words, sorry, Biggie. Sixth place is still incredibly respectable in this field.
For sure, yeah. It's interesting because this one uses the 4 cycles at the beginning to grab 2 of each input. The 2 fires that it grabs obviously become buffer. The 1 earth that it grabs at the top has to go calcify and duplicate off of one of those fires, which is something that takes a lot of area, and I worked for a while to save area to improve. But the other earth that it grabs just goes down and fills out, spends life as a catalyst, which does cost an arm, and it means that the duplicator is in a very constrained spot. Yeah, you should read my notes. I think I said a lot more about that.
Yeah, alright. Biggie writes, maybe one should try to map out the whole C brackets GA unbracket frontier using many approaches that could all hit 31. There are ways with batches of 3, third at L equals 2, or 4, second at L equals 2, in addition to this way with a batch of 6 and a catalyst. I opted instead for something I hope resembles good intuition. I brought Mist of Dowsing to a very clean min with this approach. Why not Touchstone? I did my best to enumerate all ways of incorporating both inputs at L equals 2, which was necessary to have for my approach, even if not necessary in general. I found that there was exactly one way. I'm sorry, Biggie. All others ran into conflict with the central 3 atoms needing overlapping glyphs. Building around that one way, I found a finishing loop that ran at period for using 2 of each input, 1 extra fire per period, and a catalyst. All of the demands were reasonable due to n equals 14. So the final step was to get that material in place without ballooning the secondary, and eventually I settled on this.
I stand by everything I said. I just know that some aspects of it were wrong.
If it makes you feel better, I think even if you didn't miss that one thing and your intuition didn't make any wrong assumptions, you still, I reckon you still would have struggled to crack our podium. We have a really fucking tight podium. Good lord.
Let's go.
In 5th place, at 45,475, we have John, who I think is just like slightly lower in both metrics than Biggie's, so it's just like
2 higher area, 25 cheaper.
Also 2 higher area. Yeah, I got them the wrong way around. But also just, yeah, very similar on the CGA frontier.
It's wild that it manages to do so much on the other side of the output.
Okay, so this takes a very Spec 98-esque approach to bonding. Okay, so it has it's a little different from how Spec 98 did it, I believe. Instead of doing like the 3 caltrops way, this has everything clunked together. Or not necessarily everything clunked together on the second bonding step, but almost everything is already bonded on that second bonding step, and then it just goes in.
Yeah, the whole thing about like assigning the right last two steps for the Earth input. I keep saying the wrong thing. I've probably mangled the sentence so much that you don't know what I'm trying to say. The miss that I had, where I used the Earth input for the exterior, this uses the Earth input for the interior, means that the second motion is a slide, and that slide is really space efficient, and it is also very glyph efficient.
Yeah, so that's a good point.
It is an improvement over what I could think of.
Yeah, it sucks. Yeah, I think because yeah, there were 2 approaches to doing it, like with all 4 atoms with the catalyst, and you unfortunately settled on the hard one. And this is an example of why the easy one was easier. Because yeah, you get to make pretty sick use of a multi-bonder here. That multi-bond is really putting in a lot of work. And that slide here at the end also gets you your D-bond, because you need that for the other min latency input, and yeah, it just works out very well.
Yeah, as Callie points out, everything with a single bonding station is good for both cost and area.
Mm.
I'm glad that
Did
John
John
made this
submit
too.
last tournament?
Uh,
Or is this their first?
They were in the last tournament. Let me
yes.
just pull up that blog post.
I think John first appeared at around about stabilized gold in the 2022 weeklies, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yeah,
They're killing it this year.
Reading off of my blog, John arrived during the 2022 weeklies, immediately improved the Cycles tiebreak on a long-standing area record for alcohol separation, and then got second place on Bicrystal Transceiver behind Pentapig.
Damn, second place on Bicrystal Transceiver. That's a hell of a placement. I believe he also got second on Stab Gold TRI when we did that one.
Yeah, that's true, behind Callie.
Yeah, which is also an incredibly impressive placement because yeah, that puzzle had a lot of sauce that you needed to get a good solve. God, we should do TRI again sometime. Alright.
RI with tracks has become too much of a...
It's too much of a meme.
Yeah.
Alright. In fourth place, at 41,870, we have Sergi D.
There we go.
Who writes 4 + 4 + 1 = 9. It's the math equation. You know if a solve has a math equation, it's placing well.
That leaves Callie, Spiritual Shampoo, and Greamy in some order. That's a tough podium. I would love to be on the podium, but those are three names that deserve it.
Yeah, we're about to take a steep drop in the secondaries, so...
Fantastic.
Yeah, a tough podium to crack on this puzzle. But this solve was the best non-podium solve, so yeah, you've done well here, Sergi D. He actually writes in the solution notes, solving this way seems like cheesing the puzzle. A similar setup can be used to loop at max rate. I think min rate, but...
Yeah, I do like how the buffer atoms are added. They duplicate off of the fire while it is getting re-grabbed. And it only uses the earth input on the last output. It doesn't use the fire input.
Yeah, you can see it doesn't make a stab fire grab there at all on that cycle that I just went through.
That multi-bonder is so well optimized, and yeah, this is a clean approach. This is something that I chose not to pursue rather than something that I missed, but it would have been very bright to pursue. I like the track river of arms 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Solid track river. A lot of arms, yeah. Actually, everything's almost. Most arms are on tracks here. Actually, a lot of translational movement. Because I guess that does make sense. Because translational movement cuts down on area quite significantly, and that's while being fast. Because this is still a cycles puzzle. See, arm on tracks. I think. I know that's not really the deepest analysis, but yeah, arm on tracks is in general a good idea. Once you've worked out your pipelines and your routing and your latency stuff and what approach you got, and once you've settled on an approach, because you really did need to settle on an approach because there were so goddamn many of them for this puzzle.
Yeah, CG is trackless multi-arms. CA is pistons on track. CX is non-piston arms on track.
And CI is just hex arm.
Hex arms.
Hex arms lol.
Wherever you want.
Hex arms lol. It's funny Sergi D describes it as cheesing the puzzle by doing min cycles like this. Because, yeah, once you've figured out the buffering thing, it's like, oh, okay, I can just, like... because it just fixes the bad ratio. That's why it's been so powerful and why we've been seeing it here for almost all of these min cycle solves, because it's just how you fix the bad ratio, as Biggie kind of innovated in Mist of Dowsing. But that, I guess the thing is, that cat's now out of the bag. Now a lot of people know that Mist of Dowsing exists, so they know that, yeah, buffering is what fixes god-awful ratios like 4 to 9.
You know what puzzle's still hard is refined bronze.
Refined bronze? I don't think the cat's coming out of the bag for a while on refined bronze. I'll admit, I don't fucking understand how that solve works.
It just,
Alright.
Uses its 2 extra latency optimally.
Oh, of course. But for reasons. For very complicated reasons. Alright. It's time to crack open this podium. So, we just straight up skip the 30,000s. We go straight to 29,465. In third place, Cali Rhesus. And, bro, I get to zoom in again.
We are cheap. We are
Check out how sparse this is looking. Okay, so multi-bonder bonding station is being used here again. But the last couple of times it was used, there were kind of like arms surrounding it in all 3 different directions quite a lot. And this one just doesn't need to do that because, first of all, check out the track loop on the far right.
Does it have multiple grabs? It has 2 grabs, yeah.
So it actually didn't need to be one big track loop. I think Cali Rhesus just did that to save cost. Because you can do it like, there's like a diamond and a trapezoid, but this is cheaper. And it's also, I don't even know how to describe that shape. Yeah, but seriously, only 11 arms? Like, that's fucked.
Yeah, this multi-bonder slide, it's just the way that this output is designed to be used. It's still wild to me that all the buffering and pathing and things is done 12 area lower and 145 gold cheaper than what I could do. Yeah, I'm floored. Cali Rhesus is magical and 3rd place.
Yeah, they continue to drop. But yeah, this is kind of the Catalyst approach, but with the cool multi-bonder in the middle that does, that makes the majority of the bonds. It's really cool. Like that arm 2 that's one of the min latency arms. Arm 2, and it's just like a single fucking arm swinging onto a bonder, and that's it. That's just L equals 2 right there. Bang.
Because it's being carried still by arm 7 and then arm 5, which is 2 of the arms on the big loop.
Like the sheer lack of machinery needed to get, and the other one, arm 1 is responsible for swinging the other one over. Pretty clutch swings over everything at length 3, and it just slides onto a debonder. Like, that is such little machinery for the min latency stuff.
Yeah, the people these days who are really good at optimizing secondaries at min primary have sauce that is beyond anything I've ever understood.
In second place, at 29,100, Grimmy in second place, which means first place does in fact go to Spiritual Shampoo. He will not be taking the L on cycles.
Damn. Grimmy and Shampoo was a fight, but Grimmy was confident.
Grimmy was confident. So was Spiritual Shampoo. He was also confident, but we're not accustomed to the
area. Holy smokes.
So yeah, this one has very, very minimal area.
and the hex arm to deliver, and it is doing either 1 or 2 rotates depending on how it has loaded its buffer.
Peep the hex arm. Yeah. It's a Grimmy writes in the solution notes. 6 times 9 equals 54, which is not divisible by 4. This means that on the 14th, last round of inputs, only one input needs to be pulled, which gives extra spare cycles to the other input. The output's asymmetry makes it easier to have L equals 2, which is min latency, on the Earth input than on the Fire one. Thus, we pull only Earth on n equals 14. Working backwards from that, n equals 13 needs to handle both inputs at L equals 4, and n equals 12 needs to handle the Fire input at a leisurely L equals 6. This naturally extends into a 4-cycle loop, which is why these have all been 4-cycle loops, that takes one spare atom plus 2 of each input in staggered sets to make an output. This leaves unused only the first of each input plus the second Earth input. Because math works, that's exactly enough for the 6 spare atoms that the loop will need. That's the general plan. The rest is just micro-optimization. Strongest part of the solve is the hex arm handling the spare atoms. Weakest parts of the solve are the piston that pistons only once and the arm that acts only once. I have 465 for CG and a 58 for CA, but they're not distinct enough to warrant submitting as showcases. I do actually appreciate that. There's a lot of showcases that it's like, oh, we've seen the solution already, but yeah.
Yeah, I think they were saying in chat that Caluresis probably takes CG with the approach he did.
I believe so.
But Spiritual Shampoos is yet to be seen, and whatever it is, it's better in something than this.
Mm-hmm. The reason so this one, it goes harder on the, alright, so the approach to this one, it kind of does a diamond thing, and then has, I don't know what we're gonna name that 6-atom shape, but swings it on to the waiting buffer atoms. These are, so it kind of, all the min latency stuff just kind of gets handled on the top right. This is very geometrically satisfying, this solve.
Yeah, Bun Bun gives the name I was going to give it of a chevron.
Chevron, yeah, that's a good one, yeah. So it has like, yeah, construct a diamond into a chevron, making sure everything's the right, color. Doesn't need to duplicate that part. That's not where the duplication is. And then all the buffering atoms are all handled. Well, alright, the fire's not a buffer. I think it's technically a buffering part.
The fire is just there for the lot of extra latency because of the decision to do extra latency on fire. That's
a better way to put it. Yeah, sorry. The earth atom is the true buffering part. But and that's all handled on like the far left, right before the output. And it's so like cleanly divided.
Yeah, Greenby points out there are 2 entire regrabs on the top fires. It goes duplicator, regrab, unbonder, regrab, multibonder. That's because it's given all that extra time.
It's funny how you cycles mains know where to find that kind of latency and put it to full effect. That's something.
It becomes really compact.
This is insanely compact. But yeah, spends a little extra on extra bonders so that, like, in order to, like, make this that compact. That leads us to our winning solve.
They apparently cut 19 area from their initial, but kept the same cost, basically.
Yeah, interesting. In first place, at 25,075 secondary, is Spiritual Shampoo. So that's 425.59, Almost as cheap as Calliorasis's, smaller than Grimmy's.
Does it not loop just to spite you?
Actually, it looks probably, but I'm pretty sure it just doesn't loop to spite me. But I looked at it earlier. It's difficult to make loop anyway. You'd have to do some like waist chain crap.
Okay, what's it building? It has a double fire catalyst. It has a single atom of earth on the buffer.
So,
No, this is using both of its final outputs. This is defying Grimmy's it is defying Grimmy's, oh, it would be better to do the way Grimmy did. This is doing it with both n=14.
yeah.
It's just so tight about it.
So first of all, peep the fucking track river. How's that for a track river? It passes.
That's how it manages to buffer everything.
It passes so much shit through itself. The catalyst just lives on that track, the track river for the rest of the solve. It passes everything right through the track arms, just everything just goes right through that track river, and the buffering is just kind of sneakily handled off to the side. No pistons either. I'm impressed this solve never needed a piston.
This is what Zanuck was doing, which was the half of an invisible ink plus 2 on each side plus 1.
This is Zanuck's algorithm. Can you believe? Can probably
Calliorasис missed this because it was too expensive, and Grimmy missed this because it used the 14th fire.
Yeah, it's just alright. This I just can't believe. Yeah, it's just insane to me how cheap this is. Honestly, like, because I know Calliorasис is slightly cheaper, but the fact that this like came out as small as Grimmy's at that cost is just nuts. You have the diamond track loop handling the catalyst. Translate onto the bonder, rotate, and it's a perfect rotate onto the output. Like, that, the fact that that fits, I think it's just the fact that all of this fits together, and is just insane to me.
I really appreciate this community's successful abilities to optimize stuff like this. Even Spiritua Shampoo.
Really squeezing blood from a rock on this one. Anyway, I could continue to stare at that solve and try to analyze it, but yeah, I think the numbers speak for themselves. Congratulations, Spiritual Shampoo. You will not be taking the L, at least not on cycles. And I suppose, right now I have Spiritual Shampoo listed as Spiritual Shambles in this tournament score spreadsheet. I think it's time to fix that. I think he's on his normal fucking name back. There. Done. Alright.
I saw that in real time.
No longer in shambles. All right, so that was cycles. Where are we at? Oh god. All right,
2.5
2 hours 40 minutes. We gotta pick up the pace.
We do. I'm pretty sure we can pick up the pace very significantly on costs on fucking sum. Especially with your help, Goodbye Galaxy, because I know you're gonna be keen. Because I know you're gonna be stepping in a bit here on commentary. We're gonna do a pretty good job here, because yes, Sum's jank. I'm just gonna say it. Sum's jank.
It's tricky. I didn't get to explore as many layouts as I wanted to. I spent way more time on cycles, which is funny because I only got 18th.
It's funny because Biggie spent way more time on some.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that makes sense. You spend more on,
Yeah,
you
the
spend
tournaments
less
are really
time on
rough
what
because
scrying about.
you're spending all your time on where you struggle.
Yeah.
You really do, yeah. Alright. We've seen that one. I don't think we've seen that one. So where are we at? We are at 38th place. It works. Welcome to the tournament. Oh, oops. Let me turn that off. Welcome to the tournament, Thulk. I believe this is Thulk. I believe this is her first submission. Yes. No, actually, right. So it says in the solution notes, first tournament puzzle. It could use some work and more time spent to pick one out of many possible optimizations. I wonder if there could be only one duplication, alternating salts between the top and bottom pipelines. Maybe there's even a way without duplication. Oh well, you have to start somewhere, and this was a lot of fun. Really enjoying the Discord too. Good to have you around, Thulk.
Remember seeing her on Discord a few times. I think we exchanged progressive metal interests.
Prog metal, nice.
Yeah.
Oh, Goodbye Galaxy. Close to the Edge finally clicked for me.
Oh, come on, classic.
Yeah. I struggled with that song, slash the whole album, for some reason, for a long time, and it finally clicked.
The second track is my favorite.
Yeah, second track, I think, was really good. I like the intro. Anyway, all right, it's not Opus Magnum.
We're getting sidetracked.
We're getting sidetracked already. One last note before we move on. I do think, like, with these, like, with solves that are, like, with people who aren't veterans and stuff, and are just, like, dipping their toes into Opus Magnum, I always hesitate to, like, recommend stuff, because it's like, yeah, I could point out 50 different things if I wanted to be like, well, actually, I want you to have fun, so I want you to explore the game and improve at your own pace if you want. And I don't want to, like, yeah, put pressure to do that. And I think recommending a bunch of different things, like don't use a multi-bonder here, kind of ruins that. So, although you could get rid of the multi-bonder. I'm just saying that's
ruining it anyway.
So I'm just going to ruin it anyway. You can, it's 20J. Anyway. But anyway, moving on. I just want to make that quick note as we go through a few of these other I just solved the puzzle solves. In 37th place, we have 7P Storm. Not so legendary solve. I can zoom in though.
The opposite approach of the previous one. Small and instead of fast.
It's got the 2 pistons on track area strategies, but then it doesn't pay attention to area.
I guess it's some, so you know, optimize area last and all that. 7T Storm writes, I am not going to be able to be close to top 10 anytime soon, but perhaps the next week shall be legendary. I hope so. I hope you like production puzzles. I don't know how you guys actually feel about week 4 yet, other than, oh god, why did you do this is all flex.
I downloaded the puzzle, but then when I wanted to open it, I went over to Touchstone and tried to improve some instead.
Yeah, I haven't spent too much time on it yet. It scares me, though.
Alright. In 36th place, at 610 some, we have Not Great. Casual solver still points, so not great. I'm pretty sure here for the 4 points. Much like Genius 42 was on Cycles.
Oh, no longer breathed in. I think we showed your sum solve during the Cycles anyway.
Yeah, so we showed it during Cycles. So it would have been... Oh, it was like 1 point above Thulk. That's funny. I guess I can go back shot real quick again.
I like this one's pipelining. It's like,
yeah,
it's building 2 or 3 at a time.
Yeah. So I guess I did show this earlier, but it is kind of amusing that this lost to Thulk by a single point in 39th place. Yeah. This is at the beginning of the screen.
Yeah, building 2 outputs as though it was to be a cycle solve, but without the throughput to back it up. She says that there was one that was 2 sum better that you didn't show.
That it didn't show. Well, it's not... I don't see it on my... Oh, God. Not again.
The thing.
No longer. That one's showcase. That one is 796. No, I don't actually see it in the submission list this time. Unless you submitted, unless it's the one you submitted last minute, like 15 minutes before the deadline, because that's a showcase. No, that's the showcase. No, I don't think you submitted your 794. Sorry. I'm happy to be proven wrong on that one, but no, I don't see it on the submission list this time. All right, just gonna mosey on ahead. At 597, at 35th place is Riverside. It really sucks because the 2 points actually matters, even though it's a fucking 790 odd. So that's an interesting build order. Alright, so it's doing Tringles.
Yeah, this is basically what I started with before I switched what I was doing to the Catalyst. I had so many different sum approaches, but this was my first thought, is build triangles, fix them all up on bonders. You'll waste 1 atom every time.
I guess I should also clarify, so there's an L secondary. The L secondary is the looping secondary, which I added about a day or 2 after the puzzle dropped. Basically, because some usually has instruction secondary, but when you can 6p solves to save some, then you're incentivized to not make the solve loop. So, the thinking is, well, if you add a looping secondary and force the solves to loop, and then measure instructions, then it becomes meaningful without encouraging non-looping solves. It's a very minor point, because some rarely has primary ties anyway. It was like the most... Honestly, it was the most minor thing ever, which is why I went ahead with the change after the puzzle dropped. So I'm like, oh, no one's actually going to care. It's some. We had at least one person notably care quite a bit. We'll get to his solve.
I care in the other direction for what it's worth. I really appreciate that I got to loop.
Thank you.
Could have just made it sum 4. I think sum 4 for this puzzle is actually easier than sum 3.
Actually,
it's more constrained.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely more. Yeah. Sorry.
As a spoiler, I have a 6p solve that does some gnarly stuff.
Yeah, I saved a few sum at the end, which was previously a looping solve. Now it is not, but it is now a looping solve after 6p with jank.
Yeah.
In 34th...
And character.
Yes, character. Yeah, that's how I'd put this sum metric in general. It has character. In 34th place, at 580 sum, we have Nightshine. Half decent, low effort stone throw. Okay, so the solution notes read, my second stone tossed. An hour to the end, scarcely modified from attempt 1. 4 scared me, but kicked my ass to put down a solve for 3. I think week 4, week 3. Truly the barest of improvements. Better on the X secondary and primary, and improvement on some. I wouldn't be surprised if I did come up last this time around. My heart wasn't in this one. If my sum improvement from 592 to 580 was specifically enough to put me over someone, I will eat a pickled pepper from the deli platter my aunt gave our family. I've only had one in small increments so far. Oh, it nearly mattered, but no, it did not matter. You did not have to eat that pickled pepper, but it was close. Almost mattered. Alright, moseying on down, since I do want to actually pick up the pace here. At 33rd place, coming in at 557 some, is Cosmic Horror. A lot more compact. Look at that. Oh, this is a pretty cool solve.
Oh, it's one atom at a time build order.
Yeah.
It's like Mr. Puzzle's odd one out pipeline, but I think Mr. Puzzle's odd one out pipeline was actually more efficient at the single atom build order.
Cosmic Horror writes in the solution notes, I had COVID this week, so fuck it, it works. That's enough.
Oh no. Hope you're better.
That arm 2, I think it is. Single arm with the debonder and duplicator.
Yeah.
I feel like that's going to be a recurring motif.
Right, because I went ahead and didn't give you a disposal glyph, so a question often that will be raised quite a bit in this puzzle is, how do you deal with that ratio? Because it really is a pain in the ass, and some does not want to have to deal with it. So, how, like, what are the approaches? And also, I think, yeah, duplication is actually relevant for this puzzle, which I did like.
It's either 18 waste atoms and something to handle them, or at least one duplicator. And how do you use it?
Yeah.
In my too cheap to be competitive sum solves, I had that motif with the arm and the circle with duplicator debonder.
It was kind of nice because the fact that you pretty much had to put a duplicator on the board anyway meant, alright, I have to commit to a duplicator, how best to use it. And that's something that I did like about this sum puzzle. I remember with eye drops of irritation, I did kind of faintly raise the question, what if duplicator? But it ended up being too expensive and painful to, like, see use. So here it actually seeing use, because you have to, pretty much, was, yeah, kind of redemption in my book for that one. At 32nd place, at 544 some, we have Rat Massive.
Modified cycle solve.
It looks like it's got the same title.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, it's the same. Yeah, okay. Wait, did it really just have that good sum? Huh.
It was quite cheap. I mean, Galerisis has a better sum than this.
It's actually
directly out burritos this.
Oh yeah, so does Spiritual Shampoos. Yeah.
Yeah, true.
Alright. Yeah, okay, so we have seen this solved before, so I'll move on. At 518 some, in 31st place, is Cuckoo 52.
I love that new solution 1 energy. It's input suppression. This gets around the awkward ratio by doing input suppression, and the second pass through the instructions, it is using a single fire or single earth where it was previously using a dual earth.
Yeah, you're right, Kelly Erases. Spiritual Shampoo solve would have come up next if he didn't make a sum solve. That would have been funny because I would have absolutely made him take the L if his sum solve came 30th. Alright. Moving on, though, to 30th place. At 507 some, Bun Bun. Alright, Bun Bun writes in the solution notes. Hello again. Bun Bun here with this piece of garbage. Aw. They write, it's actually not that bad, just upset I couldn't get it below 500. Out of all 10 of my solution attempts, this one had both the lowest sum and the lowest instructions, so it's the best I've got for this category. Plus it loops. It's not as optimized as my cycle solve, but I did spend some good time on this. I bet it's nowhere near the top though. And then it lists a version log. There was actually one that was exactly 1,000 some, which is amusing. Also had 666 instructions. Okay, so it does like a... It just kind of slaps the inputs together until it has 8 of them, and then does the debond, put the extra one on at the end thing.
And then there's a 1 waste.
And then there's a 1
Goes
waste.
at the top.
So you see a lot of these solves are struggling to like reduce the area count and the glyph count, which is going to be, I think, a rather central problem to this sum puzzle. Moving on, in 29th place, we take a massive drop of 1 to 506 with Jason.
Jason had said in chat that he has no duplicator and only 6 excess waste, so I'm wondering what that means. There's a duplicator in your solution, Jason.
That's a duplicator right there. You bugging.
Oop, for gore. Like, by conservation of color, if you don't have a duplicator, you will never have 6 non-salts without obtaining 6 salts, of which you can only get rid of 3 of them.
I think, another brief question that popped up was, would have been, I think, just like briefly mentioned, it would have been cool to have a Van Berlo. I do not regret not including the Van Berlo. I do think the puzzle's more interesting without it. And also, I don't think the Van Berlo would have been that useful anyway.
You don't see a lot of optional Van Berlo puzzles, though. Usually you have to have it.
That's true.
And you hate that you have to have it.
Yeah, exactly. So it'd be nice to... I don't think the top solves would use one, but it'd be interesting to see a puzzle where you do have to make that question.
Vaporous Propellant was that puzzle, actually. We did do that. I do remember. That was the coolest part about that puzzle. That Bisc
Which puzzle?
It was back in the original weeklies in 2021. It was a puzzle called Vaporous Propellant. We did cycles and some for it. It was
Oh, I remember. That's with the
Quintessence
air,
and
triplex
fire,
air
triplex,
or something.
yeah, triplex
Yeah, I
air
remember
to salt. Yeah, and that puzzle actually raised the question meaningfully, and it was very up in the air whether you use Van Berlo's wheel. And I actually remember you joked at the end because the first play solve came on, and you're like, "I knew Van Berlo was the way to go," and then my 0th play solve didn't, and you're like, "I knew Van Berlo wasn't the way to go," jokingly.
I do remember that.
That's the only time I can remember it, because I remember that was a cool... That's why I liked that puzzle. That was, like, the reason. Alright. Moving on. 28th place. We dropped down to 484 some with Jamu. Still eats Zorflaxes.
Oh, this is only the top pipeline of Jamu cycle solves without extra arms on the tracks.
Yeah, valid.
It's like when I took the refined bronze stuff for the blog post and I just removed other arms on the track loops. It's like, yeah, here's a burrito? Question mark. Tickles me that
Looks
some
so
of them were
sparse.
legitimately burrito.
Yeah, incredibly sparse, yeah. You can see a lot of... You can see a lot of room for improvement here, actually, because I think Jamu should have given some a crack. In 27th place, at 480 some, we have Guilty Bystander. I'm going to zoom in again. Nice.
It makes a triangle core and then, yeah, adds 3 parts on and has the bond debond like that. It's a neat motif.
It's not, yeah, it's nice and simple algorithm here, which, like, really, like, Sum is about simplicity, in a sense. That's kind of the fundamental question that Sum asks, is how, like, convenient can you make the puzzle look to solve?
And you pay the Kolmogorov complexity tax and no further tax.
I think that's why I'm a Sum and TI main, because they both aim to, like, ask that question in completely different ways. Yeah, I know. It's just very fascinating. It's very, there's something that, like, it feels like it sits well with the core design principles of Opus Magnum. That question. At least to me. Cyclotronic complexity primary, instruction secondary. Just a Sum sol. We should do a modded weekly. Yeah. Stuff like a Sum puzzle, but you use the Embrace Infinifactory parts because, you know, tracks cost 2G. Be a different game. Anyway, in 26th place at 473 Sum, we have Vilfuck.
Wait, who, what, when, where, why as pronouns? Is Vilfuck who?
No, Vilfuck is not who.
No, who is who?
Who?
Whose pronouns are who/whom?
Got it, yeah, that makes sense. I think because who plays so well in cycles, they weren't on my mind during Vilfuck's other time that their pronouns showed up, so I didn't have that on hand, but now it's like, wait, what?
Whose soul wasn't too far away from yours, Biggie? Who did really freaking well in cycles?
53k to 46k, and then apparently 25k could be done. That's
yeah.
A whole two factor of product. Anyway, that's not what this solve is about. This solve is
Alright. I have
wasteless.
I have one criticism. It's been I spotted it. It's been on my mind the whole time. It's tip of my tongue. Uses pistons. We're getting to the point where I get to start criticizing this. It is, if you ask me, it's one of the cardinal sins of Sum. You don't use pistons in a Sum solve. As my number one piece of advice. Just don't, unless the puzzle's trackless or something.
You know, I debated improving my Sum solve by using pistons, and in this case, it didn't work, and I went over to a different approach. So, pistons didn't win this time.
So I'm
not surprised.
Not everyone in the community agrees with my assertion that pistons are uniformly 100% of the time bad in a Sum solve, but that is, as one of my hot take, like, it's a pretty strong opinion I hold. And I feel like this community does a pretty good job of trying to prove me wrong, but I don't think I've been proven wrong just yet.
We got within one of our own best with a piston.
That would
on irritation.
That would have killed me. I'd have had it
versus the world, and you lose the pistons would have been the end.
His career would be over.
I'd have like had another spoonful of hot sauce just out of shame.
You would have lost the tournament. Like, somebody else has to do it now.
So he's not up to it.
Yeah.
Alright. Moving on. In 25th place, at 471 Sum, we have Fuyu. Alright, so this is rather expensive but fast. Has a bit of cycles energy.
Yeah, 320 gold, but 68 cycles. So one thing new players should probably have in mind when they're working on Sum, but don't plan around this because sometimes that leads you to slowing down too much or being too expensive for no reason. Cost and cycles should be similar, within a factor of 2 at the most when you're making Sum. if one is more than a factor of 2 beyond the other, it's time to reconsider a design that halves one and doubles the other to make it better.
Yeah, rare is the puzzle that sees the cost going more than twice the cycle count.
There's a journal puzzle I have. I forget the name of it. That has stood like since I started the game. It was one of the first sum records I set, and its cost is way higher than Cycles, and so far nobody's beaten it. But
does it have
it
really
lubricating
unusual
solvent?
theoremins?
Possible. It's the one with earth and water and a weird shape. What's that one called?
Oh, it's Explorer Salve.
No, not
Oh,
Explorer
no.
Solve. I gotta look it up.
Huh?
It's the journal puzzle, right?
Yeah.
No, it's not Explorer Salve. No, you were right. Alright, yeah, do look it up. Tell me which one when you find it. I'll move on. Though. Oh no, wait. This one had solution notes. My bad. For you writes, same idea as my cycle solution as I got tunnel vision and could no longer think of another build order for the sum metric. Made more compact and found a way to use the tri-arm to pass the final fire atoms to the output side. However, this method needs a lot of bonders and debonders, so the cost is higher than I would have liked. Yeah. I think it's a fair call.
It was Wakefulness Potion.
Wakefulness Potion. Oh, that's,
Yeah.
that's an awkward one.
220 cost and 65 cycles.
Yikes.
All right.
I think Kazian or Calyresis need to take a look.
Oh, the one that I have that is the one that another one is Vaporous Solvent. I do remember that one because you need Burlo and just like a bunch of stuff because the geometry is a little annoying.
Yeah, the philosophy doesn't always hold because some puzzles are just more expensive because of the glyphs they need.
Yeah.
So you do have to take it on a case-by-case basis, but it is a good rule of thumb.
Yeah, if it's like if it's like a puzzle with a lot of glyphs and you go, all right, like alchemical slag, yeah, you probably need like a high cost score. You're probably not gonna get away with having that ratio be clean because yeah, some is about like kind of being simplifying the puzzle at stake, so it can be very puzzle dependent. So there are a lot of rules that just don't work with certain puzzles. Anyway. 24th place at 469 sum. We have Eggsucker 888. And this will be the first solve that does not take the L on sum, I believe.
It's got one L.
We got one. Oh yeah, Arm 3's out stashing atoms in empty space. You could make this loop, you coward. You could just pass things slowly over to the bonders and build it a waste chain. So a hex arm on track in sum at length 2 is wild.
Yeah.
That's a rule that...
expensive.
Yeah. One of my rule of thumbs is hesitate to use a length 2 hex arm. Don't not use it, but do hesitate, because they do chew
Sometimes
through
they're
area.
just what you need, though.
They are, yeah. Do chew through. They do chew through area, but sometimes they're just too useful to ignore. And there we see the solve not taking the L. Alright, so bonding method here is slap 6 atoms together and just put the extras on at the end here. And then there's a quick debond. This is a pretty Cycles-esque bonding method still. We're still seeing the Cycles-esque bonding patterns. Will L matter?
Anyone else land on 469?
No, unfortunately. All right. I don't actually. All right. So I don't have the solves all memorized, but I should have done this earlier. If L doesn't matter even a single time, I have a bottle. I have a new hot sauce. It's called.
Zorflax takes the L if nobody else does.
If no one takes the L, I will. All right. There's my promise to you. I shit you not. The hot sauce is called Dragon's Blood. It's the bottle is hyping it up to be pretty hot. Has me a little scared. I think there's a pretty good chance I could be taking the L, but I'm not certain. So yeah.
I will say Zorflax, setting looping to the secondary mattered in that it changed what I submitted, and I'm happier because of it. So take that if you want.
Oh, that's a dub. All right. I'll take that alongside the L if I have to take the L. All right. Next up is Grimmy, coming in at 23rd place.
How cycles is this solution?
Very. This is absolutely just the cycles algorithm, but cheaper. Yeah, we can see Chevron into buffering atoms. And it's just 2Ps, which is nice. Drink some milk alongside it. I have milk. Thankfully, I do have milk.
How do we feel about single-use multi-bonders in some Zorflax?
How do I feel about what?
Single-use multi-bonders.
I'm against them.
No. Yeah. I'm not. Multi-bonder, I think, is something that doesn't pop out too often in a sum puzzle. I don't think it'll pop up in this one. Maybe I'll be wrong, but I don't think I am. If it's like a very elbow-heavy puzzle, then you can get multi-use out of your multi-bonders, but I think generally you need your multi-bonders to be used pretty extensively to have it justified.
Now, this is a bond pattern made of the multi-bonder shape translated a couple of times.
That is true. So it's
But
not.
I don't think it calls for it.
Not out of the question. We won't rule it out just yet. All right. Moving on. In 22nd place at 427 sum, it is Luna. So, a couple of arms on diamond tracks, which is a scary piece of thing to commit to in some, because they can be very difficult to program.
Favorite bit of tech.
They can be very difficult to program, but they can be very worthwhile when you do get it. Especially when the arms are different lengths, and they work together in these, like, seemingly magically convenient ways. So this one we see Luna's pitchfork idea make a return here actually, which is why this one has the multi-bonder. Luna writes in the solution notes, the long-awaited sequel to Who Needs Good Build Order, now with track loops in some, also known as New Solution 1 Copy Copy Copy. Derived from my 15th solution, which was titled New Solution 1. The general concept is based on the slow pipeline of my cycle solve. Originally, there was only one arm on the left, but that made the whole thing too slow. And here I thought cycles was an afterthought for some. Like, so slow you'd get bored watching it. So it underwent binary fission, and it's a happy couple. And it's like a little deer face at the end.
Yeah, I guess I can spoil. This is the build order that I found. I thought it was pretty powerful.
There you go.
I messaged you right at the beginning, Zorflax, like, this is the way to do this puzzle. So hopefully I'm right, but I guess we'll see.
This is the way my too cheap to be competitive sum solve did it.
In 21st place at 420 some is who?
Doctor Who reference, nice.
Alright, so this one also commits to Tringles, but is doing so in a kind of a lot neater of a way. A lot faster. Definitely. So... Wait, let me get this to loop first. So who writes in the solution notes? The alchemist, in desperation, descends to a secret compartment in the basement and pushes a button. Red eyes emerge from the smoke as the alchemical machine stirs to life. Oh, mighty machine, help me in my hour of need. How do I solve this sum puzzle? The alchemical machine pauses and says, ah, geez, I don't know, mate. Maybe make some more Tringles or something? The alchemist asks, are you high? That was pretty good. I'm just glad we got to solve it exactly 420.
Well,
Alright, moving on. At 20th place, at 408 some, we have Kevalan. Okay, so we're still on Tringles.
yeah, this is definitely the 18 atoms of waste is worth not having a duplicator, because duplicators are really expensive.
So this is one without a duplicator, but yeah. A lot of waste.
And it is still expensive to create and manipulate a waste chain, so I feel like the 18 to 20 comparison isn't valid. It's more like 18 plus a track plus a bonder plus maybe the arm has no other options, so it's going to be full 50G to make a waste chain.
Yeah, because the thing with 18 atoms of waste is that you also have to commit to a waste chain. And yeah, as you mentioned, that pretty much already kills the trade-off against a duplicator. So yeah.
But if you have a waste chain, you then also get to worry about just 1p. You don't have to accommodate the fact that it's... even if you duplicate, it's still an awkward ratio.
Right. It does open up bonding patterns that might be more convenient. Because you just get to straight up use Tringles or elbows.
Oh man, I was muted. I was saying stuff and I'm like, why is everybody talking over me?
Because you don't exist.
I was here like, oh man, it's a little quiet at the moment. Hope my internet didn't die out.
I was going to say, in response to your point, Biggie, that with a waste chain, you do, with some, you can then waste, or do a 6p to leave the last bit of waste on the chain, like, sitting there. So it saves you 1 or 2 area.
Oh, you can. Yeah.
Can be annoying.
That's true.
Or you can delay the movement of the waste chain. I think that might also have the same effect. If you can delay it by enough. That's an
Sometimes you can save 2 area by leaving 1 where it's debonded, 1 on the bonder without moving it.
Oh yeah, absolutely kills the elbow if you do that.
Yeah.
This is how you
just
do
got to go back and
secondary area saves on like cycles records. But when you're trying to do it on some, it hurts me in my core.
Alright. Moving on to at 406 some, we have Zanuck. Cycles but some.
I don't remember Zenix. Oh, this is exactly Zenix cycles order because it's building the invisible link +2/+1.
And I think the other thing, actually, if I did turn disposal on, then you don't have to just throw out 6 atoms. You can just throw out 18 atoms.
Yeah.
And those simple build orders become all you have to worry about, and there is no trade-off because you don't have to make an annoying waste chain. So that is actually, because I think that was because one of the reasons disposal didn't come to mind was because I did want to ask the question: how do you deal with the awkward ratio? Do you throw out 18 atoms? Do you throw out 6 atoms? Do you not throw out any atoms? And as much as that is jank for a sum puzzle, and it does hurt me a bit because this was a last minute consideration, it is still a pretty meaningful question to ask. Because, yeah, unless you are committed to throwing away 18 atoms, the build orders get more complicated and interesting. Zanuck writes in the solution notes, I tried to build a sum solve from scratch using 3 arms, got frustrated, and switched to reducing cost and area on my initial cycle solve. Every time I thought I had an improvement to cost, it wound up not being an improvement to sum. So I just uploaded it every time it worked, and this is the winner.
It's good that Panic's validator tells you your sum, tells you all the things you submitted, so you can just add notes to the winner afterwards.
Yeah, that's a super nice feature.
With disposal, this solution would have saved a track, a bonder, and like 20 area.
You would have saved heaps with disposal, because Arm 4 could just chuck out the salt instead of needing a track and a bonder. Hell, it would have even been less instructions. Anyway, moving on. We do take a bit of a drop, down to 391. With 42 Genius 42.
This is dropping faster than I would have expected. I'm starting to get a little nervous.
Oh yeah, this is exactly what Genius's cycle solve was doing with the 2 little buffer burlows.
And now you can see the little baby burlow coming in clutch here, and we see elbows. I think it's our first elbows.
Yeah, this is a elbow build order.
Elbow build order. So yeah, so you can kind of see with the right kind of duplication finessing, you get the elbow build order, which is a pretty slick build order. Because elbows are super easy to put together, and putting 3 of them together like that, not that much. You kind of need translational movement to do it, which is annoying geometrical quirk. But nevertheless, with sufficient finessing of the duplication glyph and stuff, you get elbows. And this is why, fun fact, this is why the triangle input would have trivialized some. Because a triangle input, you can just lustrous syrup it. I'll try and I don't have that, I should have had that lustrous tech puzzle up still. What you can do, just have that, throw it onto a debonder like that. Alright, and you have your 3 atoms, and then this is debonded, and then you put it onto a bundle like that. No, wait. Like that. And suddenly you have and suddenly you've turned the output immediately into an elbow. And if you do it with the duplication glyph right, which wasn't that hard, I can tell you. Yeah, this would have been a far simpler sum puzzle, and probably too simple, way too simple for a 20, which is why I was freaking out so much. Genius 42, whoops. Genius 42 writes, a looping sum under 400 at 391. Yay. Alright, moving on. At 17th place at 390 sum. Just a 1 point drop is OMG, it's a best.
He said goddamn in chat right after this last one, so oops.
Taking the L I'm sorry, Best. It's time to take the L.
Oh, Arm 4 has to deal with a single atom of waste. But when it's a single atom of waste, you can build it as a circle around one arm.
This does actually go through the effort of looping, so yeah. I'll take that. It nearly... Actually, I don't think it would have mattered anyway, because Genius is also looped. But, oh, close call. Nearly had an L mattering. Alright. Oh, I'm just checking to see, did the L actually matter? Okay, I have the answer now. I'll go ahead and actually, let's analyze the solve a bit first. Sorry.
It's an interesting build order. It makes elbows with debonding, and then the third elbow has an extra salt attached that it sticks over Arm 4's debonder. Like, fundamentally, this is an elbows solve. It's just one of the elbows has a growth.
Deformed elbows.
Right, so it's done the bonding step before the debonding step, which I think is interesting. Because, yeah, there's a lot of stuff you can use to play around by bonding before debonding. Okay. Moving on, we drop just a few points down to 387 with Witch Push. This time we have a multi-bonder. That's a cool build order.
Oh, yeah. I feel like every time I tried a new build order, I was able to find out, oh, this kind of works. And then there would need to be touch-ups like what Arm 4 is doing. That length 2 arm pivoting and debonding things is really familiar because that was in one of my solutions. So many build orders can work for this.
It was actually disappointing the amount of people who sent me messages along the lines of, this would have been so cool if it was my best sum solve, but it's not.
I was among those.
There were a few of those. Which
That's a classic sum feeling.
Yeah.
Like, oh, this is uglier, but it's better.
You don't get that as much with sum 4, actually, I think. Which I guess is why sum 4 is probably the better metric. Maybe I should have used sum 4.
I find that when that happens, it just encourages me to, like, break past that limit and find, you know, there will be a beautiful version somewhere. I haven't found it yet.
Yeah, I get pretty stubborn as well with that. But yeah, maybe sum 4 instead of sum for this puzzle would have been pretty interesting. That thought didn't occur to me either, to be perfectly honest. Maybe it should have, though, because I did use sum 4 for week 0, so... Anyway.
If you made the sum 4, I think the barrier to entry would be even higher because people would try to make 1P and then no disposal and they would be angry.
That's a fair point as well. Alright. In 15th place, at 384 sum, is John John. This is all I've got, says the solution title. Okay, so because another way to deal with waste is to just have your one atom spare, just like contribute to the next one and have like a 2p setup, if you can afford that one, which this can.
Yeah, the catalyst and buffer being both done by Arm 1. This has a lot of cycles brain.
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing actually, because it starts with a trapezoid. But it's a cool cycles brain solve actually, because of the way it all comes out from, like, pretty conveniently from that, stab fire. All the plonks all the stab fire on to the sides, which I think is quite cool. And then it does some pretty cool duplication here. That's a nice pivot to get the duplication to work 2 cycles in a row.
Agree.
Yeah.
It was a cool solve. Alright. Powering on. We drop another few points down to 381. We have random name 7190.
Random name in chat was saying, I kept thinking I must be the next solve, and now it's true.
Yeah. Bit of a pilot right behind you.
Triangle method.
This is kind of expensive, but it's not that expensive because there are only 3 arms on the board here, and it'll use that kind of leeway on cost to go ahead and use bonders and glyphs and tracks a little bit more extravagantly. So this is a Tringle method. Huh, and it does loot. Nice. Alright, so random name writes, this is the first time I've tried solving anything for some, so it took me a while to find a good solution. I think I succeeded by the end though, as this had dropped a lot from my first design's score of 500. I also enjoyed making a very silly waste chain after the 6th product, just to get the loop working.
This is great for a first sum attempt.
Yeah, killed it.
That bi-arm at the bottom is really nice.
I really like how it swings through the input.
Hey, Panic, what's the A alpha score on this one?
Looks like it's got 4 hex cents at 2 per 6 outputs.
Oh, damn. Giving it a crack, Biggie.
It's either 3 times or 4 times 2/6 A double prime. So maybe 1, maybe 1.33.
Jesus.
The fact that it makes 6 outputs before it makes waste does lower the number because it's a per output thing and not a per cycle thing.
Oh, that's right. A double prime is so kooky. The calculation.
I'm even just happy to know that 0 and non-zero are distinct now.
That's true. Let's take a 7-point drop. It's dropping a little bit now. At 374 some. We have Fiesta 618.
I'm taking some names.
Pringles.
It does look like most of these are really expensive. Or maybe they're just really expensive given a cycles target that I have in mind and a cost target that I have in mind. It's like maybe once you're under 200 you don't feel like you're expensive anymore, but this still is expensive.
This is Tringles with waste chain. But it's kind of like, yeah, it's kind of demonstrating the power of the Tringles a bit better.
The hex arm grabbing the waist and making the Tringles is amazing.
Oh, it is actually very slick, now that you point it out.
I guess it never really... It just has the waist the whole time.
Yeah.
It does mean that you don't have to secondarily move it onto a bonder. It carries it onto the bonder and you only have to move it to the other side.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Alright, Fiesta writes in the solution notes. In my week 2 Tarkle solve notes, I remarked that identifying repetition in the product is often a key element of some solving. Well, here we are testing that claim with vim and vigor. One way to conceptualize this product is as a set of 3 fire, salt, earth triangles, all with the same element orientation but varying bond patterns. A simple hexarm can construct such triangles with absurd ease, as you can see here. That does create a fair amount of waste, 3 atoms per product, but offers 2 big benefits: eliminating the need for duplication and simplifying the geometry, wrangling from 4 nearly unique pairs plus a singleton to 3 identical thirds. With triangles built, bond fixing becomes the main task. Once again, identifying repetition was a central idea, because another way of conceptualizing this product is as 3 overlapping caltrops shapes, and a multi-bonder renders such patterns trivial to construct. This machine bonds the salt center caltrop first, after which the earth center and fire center caltrop bonds are finished with 1 pivot and 1 slide, 2 cycles, and a tiny amount of extra area. The multi-bonder is definitely expensive, but I feel convinced that it is more than paying for itself. The main downside to this approach is that it creates 4 wrong bonds in the initial triangles. I luckily found a pivot point that can break them with 2 debonders and 1 pivot, which feels fairly efficient, but it nonetheless leaves me wondering if there might be a better fundamental strategy out there. So, I think there's another heuristic that I have that I don't think is on the list. Personally, I hate making wrong bonds with some. They're just annoying to have to deal with. So I do try and avoid wrong bonds as much as I can, which I don't want to spoil or foreshadow anything, but I do think you will see the best sum solves not making as many wrong bonds. Because it just means you have less shit to do.
Yeah, if you were to say no wrong bonds, I would feel disheartened. But
no.
Fewer, I can live with that.
No. Fewer. I would say fewer. I wouldn't say no wrong bonds, because I think that's just difficult to avoid in this puzzle.
Yeah, this puzzle is like you have 2 atoms at a time. You cannot assign those atoms. You have to debond stuff. So you'll have a debonder, just make good use of it.
It's a central core question of the puzzle. Like, you do have to deal with wrong bonds at some point. But yeah. Again, it's a heuristic, so you don't actually know if it's a rule or if it applies very well to this puzzle. It's not, this could have been better. That's not.
Actually, I guess mine doesn't actually have any wrong bonds per se.
You debond first, I'm guessing.
I don't, but we'll see when we get to that.
Alright, we'll get there.
Which might be sooner than we think.
Oh no. I did hear you feeling a little nervous, and I'm like, oh, yeah. I'm not nervous yet. Am I too cocky, or
you probably beat me then?
Well, yeah. That did prove pretty useful. Whoever's nervous, they do come up, and whoever's not nervous doesn't. So usually the nervousness is kind of it happens for a reason, but we're not there yet. We drop a couple of. We drop a couple of points to 372. At 12th place is Bamboo. Not to be confused with Bambi. Not Bambi. Bamboo. Have we had Bamboo?
That's not a name I've ever heard.
No,
I think this is a brand new player.
We would have confused them with Bambi before.
We would have, absolutely. No, yeah, it mentions in the solution notes, new to this. Hadn't really touched journal or custom puzzles before, but I saw there was a tournament and figured I'd give it a go. Definitely very far from optimal, but proud of it anyway. Good shit, Bamboo.
Very good.
This is a killer first attempt at some puzzle. Yeah, you've done really well with the multi-arms.
This top left multi-arm makes a fire-centered triangle and a salt-centered triangle perfectly, and it just needs a duplicator calcifier combo to actually make that center of the second one into earth. That makes me feel good things.
Yeah, that's really cool.
So this is a cool piece of tech you can do, and it leads very well into the elbows method, which is what Bamboo, I think, has demonstrated here with both of his multi-arms, actually. Because, yeah, elbows are just created.
Yeah, the way they make a 4, an elbow out of 2, double jointed.
Yeah.
And then they debond and use the waist to create a clean 3-atom elbow. It's really slick.
Very cool 2P approach. And just kind of handles this duplication business off in the side. Has its third elbow ready. And so the reason this top one in particular is so powerful is because you can use it to make 2 of the 3 elbows without any duplication business required. So you get the fire, salt, fire, and the salt, fire, salt.
It needs to be a fire, earth, fire eventually, but that's what the station in the top right is for.
Yeah, right. You're right. So, yeah, good point. Yeah, it actually, yeah, there is duplication required, but unless you're throwing out a lot of waste, you need duplication anyway. So, yeah. Very cool construction method. You've done insanely well for a new player, I think, Bamboo. Honestly, good shit. You've done... Yeah, you've, really impressive showing. I don't think I would have been able... Because I knew I was a Sun main from the start, but I don't think I would have been able to come 12th in a puzzle like this, because a lot of new players... a lot of new players suck at multi-arms, and you're obviously not one of them, which is insane that you figured out the multi-arm thing that fast, but yeah. Alright, moving on though.
Being a new player in 2024 is a very different experience just because of how much is available.
This is true. Mm-hmm. This is very true. 11th place. We will be taking a noticeable drop at 357. Spiritual Shampoo.
Oh, it's not even a Fibonacci number.
Sweating.
L. That is an L.
Catalyst.
This is cheap.
Alright, so permanent
cool
catalyst.
build order.
Only one bonder.
Yeah, my cheapest one was only one bonder at 130G.
Yeah, peep this final bond. Whoosh. The fact that it does that, the fact that's the last atom to go in is very impressive.
That's some alchemical jewel 75.
This is the Trident
yeah.
Luna method.
Absolutely.
Just with the colors swapped.
Man, that debonding order looked like a royal pain in the ass to figure out too.
Yeah, doing it all on a single bonder, you get wrong bonds. It's unavoidable, but usually if you can get it with only a single or 2 debonders to actually manage the wrong bonds, it's not bad.
Hmm.
And yeah, that pivot that Luna's calling out in chat is exactly the final pivot in the current records for Alchemical Jewel 75, many of which Spiritual Shampoo was involved in. So that pivot is dear to his heart.
He's very familiar with that pivot. Potential pivot of the week? Watch this space, but could be pivot of the week. Alright, moving on though, and goodbye Galaxy, I know you're next.
Yeah.
It really kills me that you beat him on primary, because you beat him by a single point.
If he got one less I would have beat him on the L.
You would have made him take the L. It would have been So I would have
It's
changed.
so good.
I'd have changed his name right back to Spiritual Shambles, but I can't because it's so close to taking the L. You're a lucky alchemist.
This is another cheap one.
Yeah, I'll just play. Can we just like can we just like agree to like put that there and call it L?
It's the same placement and it matters.
Okay, so how'd you go, Goodbye Galaxy?
So yeah, I messaged you right, like I think like 30 minutes after the puzzle dropped.
Yeah.
Saying that, this is the way. You have to make this trident shape, and then slot in the fires with this. When I sent it to you, it was a hex arm, but then I switched it to a single arm. Because this is Wasteless, where you can just do a sort of 2p solve, or pseudo 2p, and just use all the fire. And yeah, so the nice thing is I can get all the missing bonds and missing D-bonds by pivoting that one fire atom. I can just like get the bonds, get the D-bonds, and then output, which is nice.
Yeah.
That arm 1 is working overtime to save one area.
It does
So
not.
that it doesn't have to go around the long way or go around the short way.
If you went around the long way, that was the area. Oh, damn. Oh wow.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh wow.
It's interesting that my too cheap to be competitive solve had basically these stats. It was a little higher area and it had 10 less gold, but it was basically these stats. This is the cheap sun-brained away.
So Biggie, you came 6th in cycles, right?
Yeah.
As you marked a beat on the sum. If you did better on sum than you did in cycles, you're in danger of losing your cycle main title.
Let me read you back the DM you sent me about joining commentary. Hey Biggie, were you planning to be around for the stream? I certainly can be. Yeah, where there's a cycles metric. Damn, did I really win some? A Zuripa.
Continuing on. We'll drop a bit though. Down to 345.
Wow.
Spec 98.
So it's going way lower.
It will continue. Yeah, it will continue to drop.
My target was around in the 330 range, but I bet it's going to go even lower than that.
It's interesting build order. It's not the trident.
Yeah.
That's
Has
really
to have
weird.
a calcifier to make it that way.
Also three arms on a 4-hex track river is pretty cool.
This is styling.
Little dance to be looping.
Goes out of its way to loop. The last few Souls have had very interesting build orders, though, I will say.
Yeah, I still maintain this puzzle enables so many crazy build orders because it isn't leading you in any one direction.
No, that's why as soon as I came up with the output chat, I'm like, oh wow, there's a lot of different ways you go about this, especially with the inputs, I think. Which yeah, the original input, the triangle input, it would have been cool, but it would have made the puzzle it would have focused the attention on like 2 or 3 different build orders a little too much. So yeah, very thankful I caught that change, that made that change last minute. That was probably the best last minute change I could have possibly hoped to make.
Yeah, looking at the results right now, I'm really feeling like this puzzle shown.
I was a little, yeah. I was a little worried because, yeah, a lot of this, I did get a lot of, oh god, this puzzle's, oh god, what's that ratio? This is a hard puzzle because there isn't a clear best, like, there isn't a build order that jumps out at you when you look at that shape. And you're like, oh god. But yeah. It also is kind of what makes it's the exact kind of constraint that also makes optimizing a puzzle interesting. Spec98 writes in the solution notes, I'm like 95% sure you can get plus 20G minus 40 cycles by adding an extra arm, but I don't want to look for it TBH. Interesting claim. We'll see if it's true, actually. Coming in 8th place. Also at 345. Also looping at 291 instructions is Ebenov.
So Spect and Ebenov tied on primary, and it was the tertiary that mattered.
Both of their souls took the L, and it did actually come down to tertiary.
Do they both need to go to effort? Because they're both high instruction count, so they're both 6P.
So they both went out of their way.
Interesting that he just ditches that triangle.
Picks it back up.
Yeah. It's
not 6P because of waste, it's 6P because of convenience.
Oh, okay.
Saving a triangle for later.
Alright, so let me read the solution notes. Ebenov writes, writing notes and title for this is hard. The triangle translation on a tri-bonder is a confidence-inspiring motif. But when you see it, it's so obvious, as the bonds in Touchstone are simply just tri-bonder shaped. This means quite likely many players could be using this motif, and I have little idea how the pile-up will look like. Other than the bonding pattern, the key thing is how to help Arm 3 to do storage. There is a critical sequence from building first product with the second intermediary all the way to first intermediary of next loop arrives, as there can't be too many molecules over the tribonder. That means loading from storage needs to be fast, and delivery arm is too busy to help for that loading movement. The last cycle save after reaching 185G stems from an area save. I found that the output glyph can be squeezed back, and that gives Arm 4 enough time to pivot the third intermediary. After all these, I'm not sure if the 6P reason delaying the 7th product for 6 and indirectly is that different. It mattered. Very much mattered. Kind of funny that Ebenov was worried about how obvious this would feel, because it's another sum anxiety that you hold. You come up with a sum puzzle, and you come up with a sum solve, and you initially think, oh, that's pretty cool, feels convenient. Then it just starts feeling a little too convenient, like everyone's going to find that because it's so convenient. But that's kind of the beauty of sum, is we don't really appreciate how hard it is to come up with good sum solves. Even our sum mains struggle with that sometimes.
I mean, we're 50 different people here, so we all see things just a little bit differently. There's enough confidence that we won't all see the same thing.
Yeah, and that's the thing I was talking earlier about tunnel visioning. I think that certainly applies here for some, but in a more nebulous kind of way. Which again is kind of part of what makes Opus Magnum so cool, because of you really is so easy to underestimate how many different approaches there are to certain challenges. This one in particular.
Can't you save area by moving the left input up and to the left by 1 and moving arm 2 to the left by 1? It's doing that length 2 swing that sweeps out. You would save one area, by just moving two components, keeping all the programming.
Do you mean like
Unless
doing
that
that?
collides.
It does collide.
Yeah. Okay. I just didn't see the collision in my head.
It's a pretty tight collision. That's fair.
It would save one area if it didn't.
Nearly mattered. That one area would have nearly mattered. Alright. Moving on. At 342 some. Mr. Puzzle.
This hits the target that I had put in my notes of like 160, 120. It's a bit higher area than I was going for, but this is really pretty.
Area
I love
does
the huge spin.
big spin. That is a very big spin. Damn. Is that
This is the same trident method with the bonder. The arm 1 is doing the same thing as in my solve with the
It
it's
is.
earth instead of fire. It's actually very similar to my solve, just like found a better pattern.
It is.
Yeah, this is
right.
very, very similar to my what I still call too cheap to be competitive version of my solve. It's just like this is better sum than I ever got with that method, but it is really cool to see.
Really similar to Goodbye Galaxies. You're right. But just making pretty slick use of consecutive pivots to do things that I think was like costing Goodbye Galaxy an extra regrab here and there, which impinges on cycles.
It's 20 G more and 5 area more, but 40 cycles less or 39 cycles less.
Yeah, all that pivoting really cut down on the cycle count. Came in clutch. Mr. Puzzle writes in the solution notes, my previous submission had 432 some, so the digits got permuted, Lamau.
Gosh, I spent so much time on some this week that it's just gratifying to see all the solutions that come out with all these different ideas and think, oh yeah, I thought of that idea too. This puzzle makes you think.
Alright. Moving on to 6th place. We'll go down to 338 some with Feindeer. You just lost the game.
No. Actually, no. Once upon a time, I saw something that said that I won the game and I'm forever immune, so I'll take that. This even better hits that 160, 120 imagined mark.
Alright, so was it Spec 98 who used a similar build order, but not quite the same, because I do like how the earth elbow is kind of handled at the end here, but the beginning bit is, I think, very reminiscent of what Spec 98 did, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that little bent trident is a Spec 98's as well.
Yeah.
And it reuses that duplicator several times and makes great use out of it.
The duplicator's really nice.
Ooh, yeah, nice.
I have to take care of my dog. Please don't do a big drop while I'm gone.
All right. It's a big drop.
Oh no.
She's not next, but it's an 11-point drop. In 5th place at 327 some, it is Callie Rhesus.
Top 5.
Top 5? All right, is this the return of? Oh, that's slightly. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's essentially bent trident as well, but with different bonds. So it has to do a different debonding pattern, and this is compact. I haven't seen any compact solves really at all.
Yeah, it's the same idea as Fandir's, where you get the pure green elbow in, then dupe and calcify.
We're back. You dropped more than 10. How dare you?
Yeah, as soon as you left, I'm like, yeah, it's a big drop.
There for a second.
So this is, we've only seen a couple of solves to this point make it under 50 area. So yeah, not many people really pulled it off. I'm looking through the rankings. I see Genius 42. I see Vilfuck managed under 50 area, and that was like 18th and 26th places. Don't think anyone else up to this point managed under 50 area. One other person manages under 50 area. So yeah, this is considered an extremely low area count for this puzzle.
It's doing so much of its work over the output. That's really remarkable.
And the input suppression.
Over the input too, for sure.
Yeah. This bent triplex and earth elbow idea is just really cool. Because even within this method, there's still like a few different ways to rearrange the bonds on the bent triplex so that your like debonding and final bonding and calcifying steps are different. So this one kind of commits a bit more to being more expensive than what we saw from like Spect and Feindir, but is faster and smaller.
Spect was at 345.
Spect was 150 G, 135 cycles, 60 area.
And in his notes said, I'm pretty sure you can go plus 20 G minus 40 cycles, and this is plus
15 G.
This is plus 20 G minus 30 cycles minus 10 area. That's basically Spec's prediction, is that Cagliaresis made the solve that Cagliaresis made.
So yeah, the absolute Spec 98's prediction actually was dead on. He was completely right.
Intuition is strong.
Completely right. That level of intuition makes me proud.
I love this community.
Alright, Biggie, you are in fact up next.
Damn it, yeah, I was wondering. This podium's unlikely if we're already in the 320s.
Oh, it was on. The podium was on. You're up, though. It was pretty close in the end, actually. We'll get to that. You're up at 323 some. Drop a...
Yeah, it was 326 before I made it non-looping. So I have a looping 326 that's... When I say looping, I mean 1P. Because, yeah, my notes say way more than I can come up with on the fly, so let's just go for that.
Alright, so you do actually take the L, which is... I'm very glad, because this is a bit of a pain in the ass to take the L. Biggie writes in her solution notes, I tried all sorts of approaches for some. My first approach didn't use a duplicator, meaning it had 18 waste atoms, and that turned out to be really awkward because the waste handling was more expensive than a duplicator. Then I committed hard to the duplicator and built a solution with an earthfire catalyst that calcified everything and fed it through. But that was over-engineered and too expensive for how slow it turned out. With those designs under my belt, I figured something like 160 cost 120 cycles was attainable and set out to make it. I kept having to add expense. So what wanted to be 160, 120, 50 became 190, 92, 56. But that was my new best sum regardless. Annoyingly, it had no way to loop due to access points. I was dissatisfied, so I started fresh and made a much cheaper design. Versions of that design from 155G down to 130G were still fast enough to be competitive, but would lose out to my dissatisfying target by around a dozen due to being over 70 area. Then on the last day, I made a design that did its duplication within the already bonded product. Identical elements are never adjacent in this product, so that idea didn't seem good on paper. However, there's one extra salt if I stick 5 inputs together, and if I leave it attached, it can aid in duplication. Break it off as waste, and you never need a calcifier. This turned out to be convenient enough to pass my previous mark on some. In the final hour, I managed to find a 6p version that saved my waste bonder at the cost of 6 cycles and 1 area. I had to make it loop for secondary, which I really enjoyed doing. Thus, Funny Carrot Factory was created.
You look at the row of carrots off to the right. It's been building them.
Nice Carrot Factory. That is some really cool tech, actually, noticing all this. And the key part where you picked out that you don't need a calcifier with this construction method was pretty big.
That was about 10 sums worth. I had 330 something.
That's some pretty deep sum. That's a pretty deep find in a sum puzzle, especially like this. I think you've done really well to crack forth.
Thank you. And that leaves Hazian and Mora still to come, who are both very good at sum. I'm wondering who's the one I'm forgetting.
The one you're forgetting is up next. It's Sergi D.
Oh, of course, Sergi D.
At 321.
Then they can do everything.
Really good at this game, Sergi D. Tarkles question mark. Oh, this is a layout.
Oh, wow. Oh my gosh. It all comes together.
Wow, that's pretty slick. There are only 2D bonds that are made in the entire construction. Because there's that one at the start that makes this a 2p solve. And then there's only one that is actually needed. Like, there's only actual one real wrong bond that is created using this, like, really, like... God damn, that's slick.
It's not even a wrong bond. It's a bond that the input provided. Basically, the 2 debonders that act in this solution are because the input is bonded together, lol.
Yeah. Yeah, literally. So, yeah. Thinking about it that way, there isn't actually a single wrong bond made. Which I think is why this placed so well. Also, yeah, those hex arms. Seemed like they were pretty overrated for a while, but they are looking pretty overpowered right now.
This is looking good. It's
The
like
fact
puzzle
that
pieces coming together.
It manages to do its duplication before making the bond, but without extra area, by just rotating it into the bonder below. Like, that's how you get that offset of the 3 earths. That's really stylish.
And then the very next rotate after the duplication is the one where everything is bonded together. Wow, that is good. And then it rotates back around without colliding into everything perfectly over the multi-bonder. And Arm 3 can just fix shit up and output. That's big brained. Yeah, this one, oh man, this one's got me geeking out. Alright. Sergi D writes in the solution notes, quick sum solve that resembles a Tarkles solve instead of a proper sum solve. It can loop at 2p, but becomes 1 cycle slower. Glyph abuse means I am not hoping to place well, as any low glyph solve with tracked arms will place better. However, I tried some tracked setups without any success before I ran out of time. You've got yourself a podium spot, Sergi. Well done.
Yeah, this type of solve is like a blind spot for me because my brain's just like, that's too many glyphs. You can't. Why are you putting so many glyphs on the board?
I mean, your multi-bonder and your duplicator are the luxury glyphs, but if you don't place
Yeah.
track under your arms and you only have 3
Yeah,
arms,
exactly.
that's cheaper than some other options.
And it's not... It is expensive, don't get me wrong, but it's not the most expensive thing ever, because what it is spending on extra glyphs, it is not spending on track. And also there are only 3 arms. 2 of them are hex arms, so the cost adds up to 4 arms. Single arms, but yeah. The glyph forests, it looks like it's a pretty extravagant cost for some. And it is, don't get me wrong, that's a... Again, that is quite... It's over 2-to-1 cycles to cost ratio, which we were saying was a bad thing, but yeah.
It's just a glyph forest type of puzzle.
It is a bit of a glyph forest puzzle.
Yeah, I mean, mine was 175.91. It's really close in that sense, and like, it's not.
Which is
yeah, more expense gets you a lot.
Yeah, because I know Biggie, you're in DMs being like, "Oh, why am I being such a biggie? I'm making a fast, expensive sum solve again for the 50th time." And it's like, no, it's actually not that much of a problem this time around. You were right to do so. Glyph forest a new term? I always thought it was glyph field.
I think we called it a glyph minefield in TI, but glyph forest has also been said.
Yeah,
Whoever adds it to the wiki first gets to decide.
I think I just say glyph forest. I think that's just a me thing. I wasn't
like
formalized. I think that's just a Zorflaxism. So it is between Kazian and Maraconda. In second place, at 314 sum, it is Kazian in second place. Well done.
Wow.
Which means Maraconda takes the W. Congratulations, Maraconda. Well done.
This is full elbows, and it's using the, oh goodness, yeah, it's the exact elbows tech that we saw in Bamboo's solution.
Yep.
Where it's spinning around making trios, and it just manages to do the duplication so much more effectively.
And this actually goes through the trouble of taking the L, which I appreciate.
This is a very difficult layout to get that way, Luthen. Oh my god.
Yeah, ouch.
637 instructions.
Yeah, ouch.
Tell me it mattered. It didn't.
It didn't. Nah, it didn't.
You gotta do it, though.
If this came first on tertiary, that would have been like the clutchest thing.
You have scripted your waste stick building better.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, if the puzzle came down to that, I would have... that would have been nuts. Alright, let me read the solution notes. Actually, the solution notes it's pretty lore heavy, so get ready for some pretty cool Touchstone lore. As quaint as touchstones sound to the modern alchemical engineer, they are still a reliable method of testing an unfamiliar metal alloy for gold, sorry. I misread that. Scratch a touchstone and observe the color. The more modern approach is to project a small sample with quicksilver and see if the droplet resists disappearance, as glyphs are so convenient to use these days. But it's somewhat less satisfying than seeing the shine of the scratch. I think I prefer the stone. Someone once said that the joy of alchemy is not found in what you make, but in how you make it. Alchemist Kazian, still not a brick.
Very nice.
So yeah, in case you're wondering, Touchstone was a thing that actual alchemists used to use to figure out how much gold was in a metal alloy. They used to just scratch. They scratched it with the stone, and whatever residue was left on the stone, the extent to which it was the color gold told you how much gold was in it. So that's how Touchstone actually works.
My only experience with Touchstone is in the Don't Starve and Don't Starve Together series, where you can go and touch it after you die to get resurrected once.
That sounds like touching grass. Okay, but the soul itself, with all the tech we've seen, I'd say this is shockingly simple compared to some of the insane stuff we've seen. Because I think this Arm 1 is what I would describe as secret sauce.
Yeah, that's pretty good tech.
The only issue with it is that it leaves you in need of a duplicator. But it is actually quite reasonable to put the duplicator in the right spot to meet to. Yeah. Kajian's calling out, yeah, the duplicator situation is the tech, because to make Arm 1 work, you need a duplicator, but this is so clean about it.
Yeah, it's like you do have to commit to needing to worry about duplication later, which is a little scary, but elbows is convenient to put together. You only need a single bonder, which means there is a lot of room around your glyphs for a duplicator, which is why I think it's not much of a problem. Touchstone is an important net hack item. Oh, okay. Nah, it wasn't just a pun on touch grass, but I did like that aspect of it as well. Alright. This brings us to our winning solve, which did win on primary. So, clocking in at 309 sum. Moriconda.
Wow.
The solve does not loop. God fucking damn it.
Amazing.
And no, the salt absolutely cannot loop because Arm 4's salt waste is just by itself isolated. There's no way to make this loop.
Yeah, this is the access point thing that I was complaining about in my dissatisfying solve, but my dissatisfying solve was not nearly this good. Damn.
Okay, so first thing that sticks at so first point of difference that I think this has from pretty much all the other top solves is just how cheap it is. 140G, I don't think we've seen a solve that cheap since Goodbye Galaxies at 10th place.
I was going to say, same cost as mine, but so much faster.
It is 51 cycles faster than Goodbye Galaxies and just 4 area larger.
If you told me I could have shaved 40 sum from my solve and I still wouldn't win, it would have blown my mind. So this is blowing my mind.
Yeah, the fact that it's 3 simple arms and only the 4th arm that has a track. Like, the inexpensive approach that can still run this fast. Mora's just really good at this shit.
It just looks so easy. It's like, what does this solve do? Oh, it just builds it. You just take the atoms and you build it. What's the problem?
So I did hint at this earlier, but here it sticks the final one on and just debonds it. Commits to debonding it elsewhere, along with the final wrong bond that it has to get rid of. But the fact that it bonds before debonding has come in very clutch here. Because that swing, because the swing it does here is like, okay, that swing is actually more purpose. It looks like it's, oh no, I'm eating through area. But it's more purposeful than that. Gives you a debonding station for Arm 4 to handle all the waste. It also gives you like room to put your other debonder, and you really have not used many glyphs at all at this point. So you can easily afford that debonder and just do a couple of pivots, and you get reuse out of that second debonder anyway. Thanks to that pivot, and then a second pivot outputs. That is some very cool geometry.
Really nice.
It's why this looks like it's so easy to make, but good lord, finding this build order was very clutch.
My solve that did this Arm 4 thing was 190 gold. And a little bit faster, but still, like, for that to be possible this cheap yeah, this is definitely a clear approach for some. Now the question of like, what do you want to do to fix the looping problem? I guess that means I probably have some 4 then, because I had my 326 that loops at 1p.
You might have some 4, Biggie, yeah.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and post some 4 in the... Actually, you could load it off the website. I didn't submit it as a showcase, but it was the one called...
It's the 326, right? Best I've got?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got it right here on the parser.
Fantastic. Yeah, that should be some 4. Oh god, Mora points out it would be a non-looping sum 4 if you just made arm 4 a hex arm. You just rotate once. Never mind.
Oh,
Amazing.
god fucking damn it.
That's the most annoying thing I've heard.
Alright, so I guess, alright. Looks like I'll be taking... I feel like I've taken the L. The fact that the winning sum solve is non-looping.
Win for spiritual shambles.
Yeah, actually, yeah. I'm Alright, I'm gonna have to keep him. He gets his name back. He's not Spiritual Shambles. Even though he did come 11th. And nearly took the L. But I think he's narrowly avoided the L. And he won cycles, so I think overall...
So you've put my name up on the thing and you're showing Mora's solve.
Yeah, I couldn't... I did. It didn't work. I don't know why it's not working. There it is. Okay, it finally worked. So alright, so this was the 1p, but apparently Morris is sum 4 as well anyway, so. But yeah, this would be the sum 4 idea, because instead you just waste chain everything instead of the cool carrot stuff. But yeah, just a little quick aside. So there you go. How'd I do on sum? 4. That still took a couple of hours. Damn. They were just interesting ass solves. I feel like I was trying to speed things. Anyway. Didn't Morris suggest... Didn't Morris suggest the L secondary? Yeah. Oh, actually... So, the L idea actually did pop up in the playtest server before the puzzle dropped. So, that actually was a consideration before Morris suggested it, but her suggestion was kind of the one that made me go, fuck it, let's commit to the L secondary, even though the puzzles dropped. Because it was a minor point, it didn't actually matter, but yeah. Minor L. Alright, so that is... As there are some solves, I can drop... I'll get the spreadsheet stuff sent to Bis just after the stream. I won't worry about it now. I'll just try and see what we got for showcase. This will take a minute.
I don't think I can stick around for showcases, but great solves, everybody. That was a lot of cool stuff.
Good to have you around. Goodbye, Galaxy.
Yeah.
Take care.
Adios, everybody.
Appreciate it.
See ya.
Hey, Best, if you're still around, you want to jump in to commentary, you are more than welcome. I'm going to, in fact, take a couple minutes just to grab some water and stuff and boot up the showcases, and then we can finish this bad boy off, hopefully under 5 hours.
Mara, I have to ask, how long did you take to make that sum solve? Because I'm somewhat self-conscious of how long I spent on sum this week. Well, whatever you did spend, it was successful in making the best solution. 3 to 5 hours? All right, yeah, very cool. Oh, username Void. I saw you proposing speed solve and wasn't sure what you meant by that because the speed solve is Wednesdays. Gosh, for the week 4 puzzle, I expect because it's a cabinet puzzle, there will be quite a bit of attrition. Something like 30 submitters maybe be reasonable.
Alright, I'm back. Alright, we don't have a best, so... Alright, it's just you and me, Biggie.
Alright. Chat has gone wild with predicting how many submitters for week 4.
Yeah, what numbers are we feeling?
40-ish and 0 have both been suggested. I said 30-something.
0?
Genius being funny.
We currently have... Let me update it. We have 12.
It might go down.
From 12?
To 0.
Oh. Alright, let me set up some stuff. Oh, best, I'll do that after the stream. Yeah, that's going to be a bit of an annoyance to figure out. Yeah, so no spreadsheet for a hot minute. So, you guys will have to be a little patient on that. Yeah, I'm just going to do showcase.
I wonder if I've cracked the top 5 overall. Because I was in 6th, and I did 2 pretty good performances this week.
You had a great week, I think.
Yeah. Some seemed to take a few pretty heavy names.
I think some was a good one to do well in this week because, yeah, as you said, it tripped a few people up. It did not trip you up, though.
Eventually. I had a 380 for a long time, and then that non-looping 330. And still dissatisfied.
Yeah, Mora points out that Rolamni didn't submit this week, so you're pretty much guaranteed top 5.
That's true, yeah.
You might crack top 3. Or what are the top 3? Yeah, John didn't have the strongest week. He might have.
Gosh, I was 17th after week 1. And it was a rate metric.
The sum is a deadly laser.
The sum is a deadly laser.
Alright. We have 8 solves. Alright, starting out at, because these are ordered by cost. So, first off is No Longer Breathed In with an RP solve. Clocking at 3000 G. Let me,
Okay, fine, RP. Oh, she made this, like, after I mentioned it at the beginning of this stream.
Holy shit. That is as far as I can zoom out. I wonder if the new zoom out zooms out more. I should have downloaded the new zoom tool. I have it on a different hard drive, and I had to switch out the hard drive last night, and so I reset up everything, and then I'm like, oh wait, fuck. All my mods except for one are on this one, and I just ran out of time to unfuck that up.
Oh, she submitted it 12 minutes before the stream started. It looks like it's counting to 9 in bricks, so it's making these 36 atom bricks that it breaks off into 18 atom bricks that it turns into 2 outputs each.
Yeah, it counts. Yeah, okay. Right, because 4 times 9 is 36. Right, okay.
I think the difference between No Longer Breathed In and Steven in terms of how they solve at low period is that Steven does not care if it's rate. Steven will do a low period solve that looks wild. And that was the primary goal. No Longer Breathed In will do a min rate low period solve that looks wild because that's what happens when you solve min rate low period.
Incredibly spacious solve. What's the area count? Yeah, it cracks 1,000.
Okay, yeah, the mod concept area. It's big. 2,000?
1,843.
Yeah.
That is a very respectable area count if you're trying for a monop. Alright, next up is Mr. Puzzle, who promises a pretty cool pivot. Oops.
An exclusively pivots approach.
Oh.
This is a 2-atom input and multi-atom output. You can solve it with only pivots.
Pivot only. Oh, you love to see it.
Has to build more than one output at once, though. Otherwise, it would have to strand its waste.
Wow, that's pretty complicated too. Jeez, look at that building order on the left.
I love pivot only. The one time we had it for the Don't Touch Moors puzzle, it was impressive how many people got really good at pivot only just right away.
Yeah. Not using pistons SMH. Oh yeah, spoil the pivot only puzzle in week 7. Yeah, the pivot only puzzle for week 7. That I'll definitely be doing.
I think I tried to solve a computation puzzle with pivots only at one point.
Good lord.
Yeah. I was going really hard on ELU. I wanted to solve it in every way possible because I was so happy with my solution for the actual metric.
I tried solving a computation puzzle once.
3 hours on stream and no happiness was had?
No. I was promised by RPO it would take less than half an hour. Well, it wasn't a promise, it was a prediction, but I was there at like the 2-hour mark. I was proper salty. I was just like, half an hour, and I'm like still not even close to solving the puzzle, and it's 2 hours, and because I think if I took another crack at that particular puzzle knowing the trick, it probably wouldn't take me that long, but because I have zero intuition for computation, so I absolutely did not see the trick that everyone else who has ever solved that puzzle has seen. Anyway, computation salt aside, next up is Bun Bun with version 1.0. This looks expensive. Bun Bun writes... Sorry.
I was just asking, is this where they started on cycles? Wait, maybe.
Bun Bun writes, my very first solution attempt turned out to be my most interesting. I found a method of bricking that prevents wasted inputs and looks pretty cool. Slow AF though. Thought it was unique enough to share in a showcase. There's this cool bricking that happens on the left that I thought was pretty neat. That it's like some arcane bricking TI thing.
It builds the wrong shape, but then what breaks off is the right shape? Question mark?
It's like the right shape minus 1 atom.
True.
Yeah, it's very fascinating, actually. I also... TI would have been pretty cool for this puzzle, although I didn't go for TI because I'm pretty sure it's just Biggie bricking, but Yeah.
I gave TI a try, and then when it didn't work perfectly, I got a little frustrated and put it down. But I don't think it's simple.
TI would definitely not have been simple for this puzzle. It was a
It's not waste reclamation simple.
No, it was under consideration, TI. But I was a little worried it was just going to be lol biggie bricking. But even then, I could have just, like, gone for it. But my TI sense of pride wouldn't let me. Also, we needed a sum puzzle.
Yeah, every time I put down TI, I picked up some and worked again. So, like, hey.
Yeah.
Worked out alright.
I think that kind of... Yeah, with the inherently difficult puzzle, sum is just a nice metric for inherently difficult puzzles, and this is one of them. So, yeah. TI, though, would have, yeah, in a different reality where we do 3 metric puzzles, the third metric would have been TI. Next up is a rat massive solve, clocking at 570. I think this is a cycle attempt.
I think Rat Massive made a different 40 and got frustrated. Oh, this one has a lot more waste, so it's worse on secondary, but he might have assumed that it would be a 39.
Rat Massive writes, thought this would beat my low effort solutions. All it did was triple the waste. But it has a couple of nice dodges and threads the fire up the right side, and the salt pivots on the output armacle. Figured I'd show. Right, so I don't think Rat Massives grab the inputs as fast as possible, and this one does. Because I think Rat Massives was one of those 6R solves.
Yeah, exactly. This is still 6R, but it's 6R without duplication and a lot more waste.
Yeah. And this was a lot higher effort than his cycle solve, unfortunately.
Man, this takes me back like 4 hours to when we were looking at 6R cycle solves.
Wow, that was so long ago. I don't think I did too bad of a job at trying to hurry the stream up as best I could. I think cycles...
The pace was fantastic.
Both metrics were just too interesting. Sorry, what'd you say as I talked over you?
Oh, I just said the pace was fantastic. Don't even worry. This was great.
Alright, next up is a Morikonda solution. New solution 1. This is the speed solve. Okay.
Yep, you can brick. You can brick if you want to.
Yeah, you can just...
leave glyphs behind.
You can leave Zorflax behind.
God, in Madmaster's notes, he even included me talking over you because we have the same amount of time before our brains say fill the silence. That was where I kind of fell over from laughter. It was too good.
Holy shit, I had no idea. I didn't see those notes at all before the stream. Holy shit. Okay. Coming up at 320G is Night Shine. Wasteful, but a good first stone throw. The solution notes read, lame, but I can't do much better with current energy level. This one's for posterity, I guess. Interesting.
Does this resemble their sum solve?
Sorry?
Does this resemble their sum solve? I feel like it's the same.
I don't... What was the night show? Let me boot it up. Night Shine's sum solve was 310, 170, 298. Yes, this is incredibly similar to their sum solve then. Alright. Moving on at 3:15 is series with the weekly Bestagon solve. Bestagon is back.
There's a lot of necessary stuff here, but I wonder if there's also... Gosh.
Well, alright, so in terms of regular hexagon, the next lowest hexagon is like,
It's too small to fit everything.
Way
you
too
can't
small.
fit an input and a debonder and a duplicator.
Like, this is your next biggest regular hex... Because it has to be a regular hexagon. That's your next biggest one. There's no chance. Not happening.
You get output, input, one arm, a duplicator, a bonder, but then you have to deal with waste. It's not good enough. You need both inputs. This is your Bestagon.
This is the Bestagon. So, because, all the bad ratio stuff is, it does kind of hurt in terms of when you're pseudo area solving. But, because you get such a nice big Bestagon this week, it's not so bad. So, series writes in the solution notes. Apparently, curiosities from Maximus Critelli's career are becoming something of a theme. The history around this product is quite interesting, as the original reagents are noted as Icelandic lava salts and face powder. While this is an excellent way of indicating how an alchemist may draw useful elements from anywhere, it's impractical and expensive to track them down. Their common names are stabilized fire and stabilized earth. That aside, I'll spare you the history lessons. This reaction is quite tricky to compress, but the resulting hexagon is quite satisfying, with moving parts just squeaking past each other. There's some unfortunate cycles lost here due to the squeeze, and I believe a redesign could likely do better than I have. Nevertheless, I'm proud of this solve. You know, area and cost would both be interesting metrics this puzzle as well, I think.
Cost would be wasteful, but you would need both inputs, so you would just... You would bonder, debonder, zero access duplicator, output.
I don't think you duplicate. I think you just
Sorry, no, I didn't mean... Yeah, you're right. Yeah, duplicator is not... It's just a bonder debonder puzzle, yeah.
Bonder debonder, both outputs. So you don't have full access everything, which you probably don't want a full access bonder anyway. And maybe you want, okay. So cost would be kind of straightforward, but area does not look straightforward at all. Area looks kind of tricky.
Again, though, like, you're forced to use a debonder because there is no wrong bond free assembly.
I wonder if Ariel wants a duplicator.
Oh god, right. Yeah, you could just juggle. But you couldn't juggle 18 salt. You couldn't juggle that many, so it doesn't want a duplicator.
Yeah. Interesting. Alright. Next up is a solve that reads metrics of 0, 0, 0 by Vilfuck. Oh, it's because it doesn't work. That's why. Okay. Why doesn't it work? That's a waste chain.
It's just building a salt waste block and a product lambent waste block.
Area at infinity moment. What's the A alpha on that?
It's infinite because it never makes outputs and it's only measured per output.
It's measured per output. That answers that question.
Is this a shout out to Refined Bronze? No, honestly, yeah, literally, this is a shout out to Refined Bronze.
Has to be.
Because it has the bond pattern on the right thing and it's making salt. Oh god, this has been Refined Bronze the whole time.
The whole time. Vilfuck writes, Vilfuck writes, it's not min cycles, but we're getting there. That's good, actually.
Okay, the shitpost is directed at me, and I only got it after someone in chat said refined bronze.
Strong
Thank you, Mr. Puzzle.
Strong shit post.
You know, I've improved 2 cycles primaries in 3 weeks of this tournament. So that's pretty neat. It's the same cycles primary twice, but like...
Alright. That does it for Touchstone. I'm happy to just drink the dragon's blood, but I think I'm kind of keen to wrap it up, so maybe next stream. I'll do it next stream. I'll send you a picture of the dragon's blood in the Discord. Good lord, this thing scares the shit out of me. It literally says this will make your blood boil on the bottle, so... Scary, scary moments. Alright, one last thing. I'll boot in Dental Amalgam, just so you guys can have a look at it. Where is Dental Amalgam? There it is. Alright. So this is your week 4 puzzle. It is a production puzzle. I will not be needing Zoom till next week. Yeah. What are your thoughts about the production puzzle, Biggie?
I haven't solved it yet, because every time I tried to solve it, I opened Touchstone instead.
That's fair.
It does look cramped, but it also looks like I appreciate that there isn't a Burlow.
Bello would have sucked. That's the best I can. That's the best you get. That's the best feng shui I can get. Couldn't fit all the glyphs in this chamber. Yeah, I'll leave it on that note. Thank you for joining me on commentary, Biggie. This has been a
Absolutely.
This has been an awesome stream. Actually, pleasantly surprised by how this stream turned out. I was a little bit worried that, like, oh no, some's gonna be super unsatisfying because of all the waste. But no, it's actually, like, the tech was still super interesting.
Yeah,
and Cycles was a bit of a banger, if I'm being perfectly honest.
Yeah. I'm gonna enjoy where I'm at right now because week 4 is hard.
Well, week 5 drops like 5 days from now.
True, yeah, there's no break after week 4. It's not until later.
So you don't have to wait too long. Alright. I'll wrap it up there. Thank you for joining me, everyone.
Peace.